for the post that went to YouTube. I don't know why it said 7:25. It should have said 9:15. Why would I make a post at 6:59 to warn people I'm going to be on 20 goddamn minutes? And the reason we were starting late is because Jim's like me. He helps raise his grandchild, and he's actually babysitting tonight. He's trying to put the baby to sleep, so it's a little one, so they're hard to go down, especially when it's not their house. But anyway, that's why we were starting late tonight, and it did give me a chance also today to watch some more Atlantis stuff. I mean, goddamn, there's so much stuff on Atlantis. But I spent a real good time today. I watched 2 really good movies. Like I said, I was going to yesterday. I watched Patton this morning when I got up. I didn't realize it was as long as it is. I forgot how long it was. I mean, even on the Blu-ray, there's an intermission, guys. But what I didn't like about that movie is it didn't even talk about Patton dying. It just ended. Like, isn't that a conspiracy theory too? Like, they think the government killed him because he talked too much after the war and he wanted to go after Russia? I mean, isn't that part of a conspiracy theory out there? So anyway, I watched that and did some stuff for a while. And then this evening, or 2:00 or 3:00, I watched Patriot with Mel Gibson. Another good movie. I know they say it's not true to life or anything. I don't care. It's still a fun movie. I had a good time watching it. And then I told you guys yesterday I wanted to get barbecue. We got barbecue. So I don't know if anybody else is going to join tonight. Jim might not be able to make it. He's in the back room, but he might be pacing the floor for hours. Who knows? So anyway, going to give our thoughts on Atlantis. I watched so much stuff, and it sounds like a really cool story. It's Plato writing about a place that has really good technology and all this stuff. They have a circle, port, with three rings of water around it. All these crazy things, advanced technology, but they're militaristic also. But they weren't so advanced they couldn't beat the Greeks, which is weird. I didn't think the Greeks had, superb technology. I just thought they were good warriors. So I don't know. We'll get into it. Jimmy Cassetti did a good video on this place they found out in the desert in the Sahara that they think is possibly where Atlantis is. And, he's some bright insights. That's his channel. We're going to watch that for a while. It's actually interesting. I don't know if I believe that's a spot, because I watched another video countering that, saying the biggest problem with that being the location is the fact that it's not facing in the right direction as to the way that Plato explained it. So that's a problem. Hey, what's up, John Drinks Woodford? Let me see who's in the chat. Shit, I'm rude. Abiotic? Yeah, I guess so. How you doing, buddy? Zombie, how are you? Wingnut? Mr. Dan? Lethal Burrito? I saw you over on Ethan's show. Julio, how are you, sir? Yeah, here's the other thing, too. Are my notifications even going out? I don't know. I have no idea. So there are notifications going out. Okay. I don't know. I don't sign up for notifications. I don't want that nonsense coming over my phone. So if you're not signed up for notifications, I don't blame you. But I do post on X right after I make it, and I'm sorry I got the time wrong, guys. That's my fault for making you guys waste your time. You did get one, G-Man? Okay. And Motto says he doesn't get him half the time. So that's not good. So what did anybody do anything good today? Anybody out going to go see fireworks tonight? Vero didn't get one. Now, Vero, are you signed up for notifications on all your everything? That's like, I don't know. Like, I didn't even know Ethan was streaming tonight. I'm a freaking member on his channel, but I didn't get a notification he was streaming. But I'm not signed up for him. But you would think if you're a member, you would get notified. And then what? Shane Davis got fucking kicked off a goddamn YouTube today. His channel's gone. I don't think they'll be as good as this past season, John. I don't think they will be. I think last year we played well, but I just don't think we won't win that many games again. Huh. So happy Independence Day as well, Michael. Yes. Hail Elizabeth. How are you? We'll give it a few more minutes, see if Jim can jump on. If not, I'm gonna get some more people in here before we go through more of this stuff. I invite people on 4th of July like an idiot, and they've all got people at their house. They're all hanging out with family. I live with my family, so it ain't nothing if they're here or they're not here. Oh yeah, we should have been in the Super Bowl. I just don't think we're going to be as good next year, but I love our coach. I love his attitude. I love it, man. I like the Patriot. Yeah, Australians. You know the guy that played the French soldier. I actually like that guy. I liked him in the movie. He did really well. I thought it was well acted. Well, no, they're adults, but they haven't been able to leave, Julio. It's so expensive. I don't know. He's crazy. Yeah. Yep. Can't catch a break. But it's just it's annoying. Shane's live on Twitter. He never streams to Rumble. That's crazy. Why wouldn't you stream to Rumble? It's free. It's not terrible. Let's see here. Why? Okay, I want to. So there's like just a couple people watching. Is this not live on Rumble? What the hell's going on? Oh, there it goes. So yeah. So there's only a couple people there. It's a holiday, man. I don't expect a lot of people to be on the tubes. It's right about fireworks time for the United States right now in a lot of places. Yeah, 9 Lives Comics channel's gone. I don't know why. Does anybody know why? I heard Ethan say something about him showing like a picture of a girl in a bikini or something. Maybe that's what did it. I mean, if it's on the internet, I'm sure that's where he got it. I mean, I would hope. I hope it's not just like a personal picture of a girl in a bikini he was showing somebody. So I have no idea. What's he ranting though? Is he doesn't even know why he got he doesn't even know why he got it, does he? Let's see. It's at 9 Lives, right? That's his 9 Lives Comics. That's his Twitter follow. Let me see. How do I go to the live stuff? At 9 Lives Comics. No, it doesn't matter. I don't watch Shane anyway. I like Shane. I don't watch him much though. There's so much other stuff to watch. I like him when he's on with Ethan. He's funny all the time. Oh, Shane Davis art. All right. Yeah. I don't even know if I follow him. I don't follow a lot of people. And not a lot of people follow me, so that's okay. Oh, okay. So he is live. How do I see that? Okay. So does he to see? Just don't know why he does the Twitter stuff. I've never streamed on Twitter. I don't even know how to do it. Anyway, it's only 25 minutes in. Yeah, I went to the mall one year and saw the Beach Boys play in DC, like in the 80s for their 4th of July bash. It was cool. It was like 400,000 people there, Julio. It was fucking ridiculous, though. I don't know. Yeah. $100 worth of what? Oh, pretty lame. Oh, what's up, Jim?
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I'm late.
Dude, actually, that's not the normal place he sleeps every night.
No, he hasn't slept here in over a month.
Except for a nap or
just naps during the day. So he just as soon as it started getting dark, he started getting like, why am I still here?
Yeah, where's mommy? Yeah. So how was your day?
It was okay.
Did you just watch the kid all day or just tonight?
That's all. Just watched the kid all day since 9 o'clock this morning.
Okay. I thought
it is what it is.
She worked.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Just taking advantage of your generosity, Jim. Just taking advantage.
A lot of that going
on. Did you even
around.
get to barbecue
today? No, I had leftovers from yesterday. I didn't get to make my ribs.
Is it me breaking up or is it Jim?
Let me look.
Is it me? Chad will tell us. Chad will tell me because I can't tell if it's me or not. I just see you breaking up, but I don't know if it's me or you.
It could be me.
Let me know. Is it? Huh? You have good internet. I always worry that my network's messed up. No one's breaking. Okay. All right.
Julio says it's you.
It's neither.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting like 560 megabytes a second, or megabits, whatever it is, MBS.
Okay.
Mbps. So
did you watch any
620, 630, 640. Oh my God. Breaking records.
Did you watch any
I did not watch any specific Atlantis stuff in preparation for this, but I've watched tons of it in the past. So, I mean, I'm pretty well versed on Atlantis.
I was watching some stuff today, like modern stuff about, the place out in the Sahara Desert and all that stuff.
Oh, the Rishat structure.
Yeah.
I don't think that's Atlantis.
What's up, Salty?
Hey, what's going on, lads? Happy Independence Day.
Yes, happy Independence Day. Did you do anything good today or tonight?
Oh, yeah.
See fireworks?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to do that. Well, it's only 7:30 here on the West Coast, and our fireworks kick off around 10. I live in a small town. Like, we're right on the...
you can see them out your back door.
You kind of can, but it's better to go downtown because they explode all over you and, all that stuff. But yeah, did that. Already drove up.
Whorehouse. It's better to go to the whorehouse, right? Because they
oh yeah,
because they explode all over you.
Explode. Yeah, well,
you gotta
pay extra for those. Yeah,
you guys want to see how they do fireworks in Alaska?
You saw that Shane Davis got thrown off YouTube.
I did.
I did. Yeah, it's funny. Like, I have gotten 2 strikes. Now, it's different than a claim. Everybody gets claimed, like if you use music or let's say.
Dude, I got 7 claims from last
night. Yeah, which I don't understand. Yeah. How did they claim that pilot as copyright when it's on a whole bunch of channels? There's like 5 channels that have it, and it's not.
I don't know. I've had a channel for 3.5 years, and I'm getting claimed on videos I put out 3.5 years ago, like dozens of them. And it was all music that was copyright free. I had permission to use it, and now all those videos are being demonetized. So whatever's happening, I think this obviously has to do with the election, and they're just starting to slow roll this stuff out now. But whatever Shane Davis did, it has to do with YouTube gives you like a couple strikes. If you get 2 strikes, you generally can't live stream, but you don't get your channel taken away. And then for 3 strikes, I don't know what he did. People were saying, and I don't know if it's
what happens is people go and they have like they false flag like 5 or 6 different, like right in a row, bing, 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 and that automatically just nukes your channel.
Yeah, and it's of course over the 4th of July holiday. Everybody, if you're on Twitter or X, go out there and at Team YouTube, and at Shane Davis's 9 Lives comic account. A bunch of people did. I did. It sometimes makes a difference to get a physical review.
That's how Ricada got it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got flooded with and what do? You just add them and say let Shane go or something? I don't know.
Yeah, you say free Shane, but now I'm thinking this video I have pulled up might not be
appropriate.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's fine, but I don't know. And I guess that's you gotta
that stupid rap video of that got it. It's like what?
Yeah, but
hell?
it said it wasn't affecting a claim. It says
no. It's just it doesn't. What it does is they don't promote your channel when you're red. Okay. They don't say, hey, Dave's got a new video out. Dave's live now. They just don't promote it. Like if you're perfectly squeaky clean, Salty, you're on the good side, right? And you get promoted better.
I just dropped Shane's new channel in chat. So for some reason it did it twice, but I already subbed to it. So he's putting up content. And now there's some Mickey Mouse stuff where you can't subscribe for X amount of days until you have X amount of watch hours, until you have X amount of videos. And he basically has to start over. But
unless he can get a human to actually look at it and go, these are false. Right.
Good luck with that until next week.
Honestly. But they hit us for the Darkman trailer, for the fucking Taken 3 ad.
It depends on the studio. Paramount will take you for anything. You could use 1 second or 2 seconds of a video. They'll nuke you.
And Disney don't give a shit.
Really bad.
I mean, some of these are like fucking 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I always did 6 seconds tops. And even then, you probably could get clipped just because.
I just don't monetize my live stream, Salty.
Why bother?
I know.
Yeah, why bother?
But I do try to keep them at least not red or yellow.
So what do you do? Just trim everything out?
Yeah, they'll give the option to trim it or mute it.
Yeah,
I'll mute it if I can trim it because sometimes they don't let you mute it. Because they don't even want the image on the fucking screen.
Yeah, that one.
Paramount won't. Paramount will clip it even if it's muted, even if you change the screen aspect ratio. Even it's just they're insane.
Yeah, that first one, it was like the channel that the live stream was blocked from view.
Oh yeah, because there's one that's blocking it in some country.
Yeah.
So it's they don't tell you the country. They don't do any of that. So. But as soon as I cleaned all that shit up, I got like 100 more views in like an hour. It's unbelievable because they block anybody from seeing it. It's fucking stupid.
YouTube wants to be cable TV. This has been going on for years, and it's gotten worse. And it's part of the reason I've just kind of stopped making content because YouTube isn't real. It's not. But boy, they do everything they can to de-incentivize people from making original content. And I think this, a lot of other people smarter than I do too, is that they're trying to drive people toward the essentially corporate content. They want you to go to corporatized content that says pro things bullshit about whatever it is. So you go see their movie or subscribe to Disney or all that shit. So yeah.
Well, that's why we're on Rumble too, guys. So we're at both places. So if you guys get sick of YouTube shit, just go sub on Rumble because we're going to do a Rumble only stream pretty soon. And we're going to play all the bullshit we want to, Salty. Yeah. They don't care. Yeah. They don't care. They don't let you guys.
Did you guys barbecue today or do a couple shots or buy a nice bottle of bourbon? What did you guys do?
I got barbecue from my favorite barbecue place today.
Sweet.
I watched Patton this morning. When I got up, very patriotic, and then I followed that up this evening before, from like 2:30 to 5:30. I watched The Patriot with Mel Gibson.
Perfect. So
perfect day of 6 hours worth of fucking movies. What I don't like about Patton, Jim, they don't show him dying, and they don't even mention him dying at all.
Oh, they just don't. They do don't they say? I thought they say something at the end. Like
they do nothing. He's walking his dog after he just got, he's told he's no longer in command.
Mhm.
after
No, but
the
I thought
war.
they said something like there was like
It
a
says
screen.
nothing. It says nothing. It does nothing.
Oh, man, why do I remember something
'Cause-
coming across saying he died in a car accident?
Nope. They didn't even address it. They didn't want to go there. It's like, come on, man, that's not cool. That's kind of the big conspiracy theory, right? Like, who killed
Yeah.
Patton?
Oh, yeah.
That's another whole show.
Well, we already know that. We already know that. Yeah, the bankers already needed to have World War III set up. That's why. That's why they didn't want to take out the Soviets that were in Berlin.
There's a second film with George C. Scott. Okay. Kevin wants to know. No, Jim has not taken his shot yet, Kevin.
Jesus, that was a big explosion over here. Sorry.
Jim.
What's up?
Kevin wants to know if you've taken your shot.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Last night. What is it? Your Blanton's?
Ready?
Is this
nice?
Am I breaking up? Am I breaking up?
There's a little lag.
Yeah, it's got to be me. But let me switch internet real quick. You guys keep talking.
All right.
Jim, what did you do? Did you grill
Ridiculous.
anything out or go to the track or what did you
No,
do?
I was supposed to make some baby back ribs today
Oh, right on.
on my smoker. And yesterday I made an eye around on the smoker.
Sweet.
Came out real nice. And I had my grandson all day. And so there was no way I was going to be able to do the smoker
Yeah.
because he was running around and everything. So I just had leftover roast beef. I made a beef stroganoff with the beef. So
That's always good too.
yeah.
Yeah, I drove out to this remote, it's a county park, and then all the asshole blue-haired lane whale they thems from Seattle that come out where I live. They come cruising in and then they waddle out of their car whining and taking selfies, and then they get back in their car without actually doing anything. You see that a lot, like where I live, because I live like by the Olympic National Park and on the Strait of San Juan de Fuca. And it's this beautiful place. And you watch these people come up and that they just literally get out of their car, take selfies, and then keep driving. Like, how is that visiting someplace? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
can you imagine living your life like that? I'm so glad I was a kid in the 70s and the 80s and was in my 20s in the 90s, because Jesus.
Julio for $10. Happy 4th of July to everyone. Yes, everyone. Even if you're not a U.S. citizen, happy 4th of July anyway. And thank you for the 10, Mr. Scissors. Very nice of you. So, yeah, Jim had big yeah, and I agree with John Drinks Woodford. Please don't shoot good bourbon. Sip and enjoy. I agree. This is the same thing I had last night, the Green River Foolproof. This is it's really good. It's a Bardstown product.
Oh, right on. So
it's good. And it's not the price of a Bardstown bottle. Like, Bardstown's fucking expensive, man. Holy shit.
I was looking for Eagle Rare and it's completely sold out. And I drove I essentially drove to Seattle to try and find that, because it's one of my favorite bourbons and everybody's sold out of it. And I got talked into something that a Noble Oak, which is apparently from Ohio, and I'm like, I don't like hot, watery, not mature, good bourbon. I'd rather spend a little bit more. And now I'm having buyer's regret. You do that, you're like, oh well, I'll try it. And then
Man,
I got so many bottles. I got so many bottles, guys. Just I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I'm never gonna drink them because it's just like they're shit, and I should know by now. But
right. But you can go online and get, your Eagle Rare shipped to you for like, it's $35.
yeah,
that's good, because a lot of times you go to the stores and they want to charge you fucking $70 for it. You're like, that's not a $70 bottle. I
should do that.
Ben Togel over in Austria bought a case and had it shipped, and he said it was great. He spent like $39 a bottle.
Okay, that's a steal. Yeah, Washington has insane liquor taxes. It is insane. It's almost worth it to drive to another state like Oregon or even to Montana If you're going to buy a case of that stuff, you'd probably only spend half the difference in gas to get
Or
there.
just
That's how
put it
bad it is.
here. I just put a link in the private chat for you if you want to just go to the website and have it shipped to your fucking house.
Well, they'll still charge taxes on stuff like that shipped in. That's the problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because dude, all those junkies wandering around in Seattle and Olympia, somebody has to make their life easy. You know, guys, they're the victims.
Oh,
and
dude.
me as a hardworking taxpayer, it's my fault that they're in this situation. You know, first of all, I'm white, then I'm a man, and I actually am gainfully employed. So I'm sure it's my fault that they're deciding to be drug addicts. You know?
Yeah, I agree. Trust me, when I get my W-2 at the end of the year and I see how much I paid in taxes, and everybody tells me I get it all back, still waiting for fucking 1/10 of that shit back.
I know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous here in Kentucky. But then I can go to some stores and they charge or $39 or $34, and if I see that at the store, I buy as many as they'll let me buy. Because it's hard to find, and you know, Illinois is bad, but it doesn't have crazy liquor taxes.
That's true.
Not like that.
That's
It's all
true.
on cigarettes, though, man. Cigarettes and gas, right, Jim? I think we have the highest gas tax in the country.
Illinois,
Top
well, California, I think or New York is the highest, I believe.
But we're in the top 5.
Yeah, there's top 5 for sure.
And they just want to they want to get us on a mileage usage tax.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
It's
Go ahead.
There's additional taxes in Cook County too that make it even more expensive if you're in Cook.
Oh,
Why
you don't
the
buy anything in
fuck
Cook
would-
County?
Yeah.
No.
Last time I was in Chicago was for work, and I went to the Chicago Art Institute, and I'll never forget it because I used to love going there as a kid because they got some of my favorite American modernist art there. And it's just, I was in front of the museum and it was just junkies begging for money, and it looked like hold-up gangs looking at people. And I'm like, you know what? I've lived in big cities, you know, I have, but I'm like, Chicago is its own special kind of burning itself to the ground crime problem that I have never seen anywhere else but
it's
in
bad.
Chicago.
It's bad. It's gotten so bad now that they're robbing people on the Mag Mile and everything. And
Yeah, that's when you get right downtown there, and then it's baffling. So I haven't been. I think that was probably 8 years ago. You know, so God knows what it's like now. But
Oh, it's awful. I don't go. Yeah. The taxes on the smokes in Cook County, you pay like $9. But Wisconsin's the worst, dude. Wisconsin, holy shit. It's like $11 for a can of goddamn Skull. It's stupid.
Yeah. It's the same thing in Washington State too. Like I smoke a pipe, just tobacco, and no out of state people will ship in because it's kind of blocked. So I have to drive to another state. We'll just say that. We'll just make.
Can't you go to a reservation?
You can, but the problem, and that's fine if you smoke cigarettes, but if you want good pipe tobacco, and I don't mean, like Prince Albert in a can, like, no, nobody does that anymore. It's not the 70s, all of our grandparents have moved on. So yeah, like there's a place that I like in Mississippi that does its own blends, and a really good place in Wyoming that does.
John, you gotta work tomorrow,
they won't ship.
Dude?
Wow.
You gotta work tomorrow, John? That sucks. God. I mean, I'll be awake. And if my phone rings, I'll answer it, but it's kind of like understood we're off tomorrow, right? I mean, but everybody's got their shit to do. So yeah, we had a good time today. It was just basically me and the wife. And I watched two good movies. I will say, George C. Scott played the shit out of that role. Jim, he really did. And sort of Mel Gibson on his part in The Patriot, he did a really good job too. And I think Mel Gibson directed that movie too, didn't he? I think he directed The Patriot as well.
I think so.
I think he did. So what do we got pulled up here, Jim?
Well, this was just a short about Atlantis. It won't let me blow it up. I don't understand. There's no option to make it bigger for.
Oh, it's just a short. They don't let you do shit.
Yeah.
The truth
I've
about
used that
Atlantis
music in
legend.
videos.
Atlantis was initially mentioned in the works of Plato, a Greek philosopher. Plato was known to talk truth about human conditions at his time. For this reason, some people believe the legend of the lost city of Atlantis to be true even 2,300 years after his death.
But Plato
the city of
didn't
Atlantis
develop
was
it.
described as a utopian.
You know, Plato heard it from Solon.
Yeah,
Right?
from
Who was a
exactly
real person?
Jim.
Who was
Yeah.
a real
Yes.
person? Right.
Who studied, and Jim, I don't want to steal your thunder. Solon studied in Egypt
Correct.
with the Coptic scholars who had all of these old texts that talked about Atlantis, and they had it written down. And so this wasn't something made up by, you know, Aristotle or any of those people. This was well known that Atlantis was a place. And if you've watched Graham Hancock or studied any of, why can I never remember that guy's name? The other dude.
Randall Carlson.
Yeah, Randall Carlson or Graham Hancock. You know that I'll let you talk on this because I feel bad. I don't want to steal your thunder, Jim. If you want to go ahead.
No, you're fine. I just was, you know, that the Library of Alexandria would have had all the information, and it's just a shame that it got destroyed.
It not only that, but so
What do you think about what the fucking Spanish did to all the shit the Mayans and the Incas had, dude? They
well,
burned
that was
everything.
deliberate.
Yeah,
That was deliberate.
they
That was
destroyed
deliberate.
everything.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think part of the reason they destroyed everything was because they've been doing all this lithium mining in South America for a while now, but in doing that, they'd uncovered tons and tons of buried cities and burial pyres and monoliths in the desert. And they've started to date these mummies, and what they found out is that mummification did not start in what we
Egypt.
call ancient Egypt. It actually, it would appear that it started in South America. And the Egyptian mummies are around 2,000 years old, which is an interesting timeline. The South American mummies are 7,000 years old. 7,000. So they were creating these prototypical mummies. Now they evolved their process over time, but the Egyptians are a young civilization compared to what was going on in South America. Now, what would have been between Africa and South America? Atlantis. Just saying.
Yep. Yeah, and like someone said something about why Atlantis look in the Persian Gulf area. The Persian Gulf wasn't underwater when the ice caps were in full bloom. That was, you know, the Persian Gulf is only 400 or 500 feet deep.
Yeah, and the Mediterranean would have essentially been landlocked. It would have been an inland sea. It wouldn't have been the open coast that it is now. You know, in addition to that, you know, you got to remember the Younger Dryas and when that happened. We're talking about 12,600 to 1,100, 800 years ago, around that. So we're talking, you know, 11 centuries ago. And this is, again, not me pulling this out of my ass. This is, you know, Jim can tell you. Check.
Well, no, 11 millennia ago.
Yeah, sorry, 11 millennia ago. But you're talking, you know, 12,000 years ago, something happened in the planet, and we had a massive runoff of water. And at that time, the shorelines of the United States, the oceans were 400 feet lower,
right,
than
and
they
then
are now.
And you also have to take in the exostatic shock, or what is it? Yep. The pressure, because the ice would have been pushing the land down, so that there was less water, so that you know, when you add that much water to the ocean floor is going to sink because that much more weight is on it. So
yeah, and the glaciers at that time were actually pressing the land down, especially over North America and Northern Europe, because both of those places were under. It was up to 2 miles thick. You know this being in Illinois, the Wisconsin glaciers that were up there. Sure. There was the Wisconsinian Glacier. There's also another glacier over here on the West Coast called the Columbia Glacier. And those glaciers were 2 miles thick, and they scraped all of the soil, good topsoil, off of Canada and brought it all down here to the United States, which is just kind of wild when you think about it. But before all of that happened,
the Canadians wouldn't know what to do with that fucking soil anyway.
That's probably true. But before all that happens, the world was a very different looking place. And I think I have it on my computer, guys, because I'm working on a video for what I like to call woo woo. But I don't want to monopolize this. It's
No,
just
you're fine.
fascinating.
You're fine.
No,
Go ahead.
Right.
It's fascinating because people want to look at the world, and say like, oh, well, it was the Egyptians are the oldest civilization.
I'll have
No,
one with you too, John.
they're really not, guys.
Oh, the Egyptian stuff? It's not that old.
No,
They inherited that shit. I mean,
it's way, 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 way older.
Yeah.
Way, way, way older.
it's stuff that was able to survive. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe in a lot of this carbon dating, and they're telling me they're carbon dating the fucking pyramid
Yeah.
stones. That's impossible. Stop.
No.
Can't do that.
No.
There's no rings
No,
in the granite.
well,
Yeah.
and when you have Robert Schock, who's a professor of geology at MIT, the MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts, going out there and looking at the Sphinx and saying everything that these Egyptologists have been saying is like criminally wrong, that there is water erosion to a significant amount on the Sphinx, an area that hasn't seen rainfall in thousands of years.
Mhm.
And this was torrential rainfall or some type of submersion to wear away this limestone and whatever it is. I'm going to trust Robert Schock because this isn't some guy like, on Ancient Aliens. He's a tenured professor at MIT. He's not looking to sell books. He's trying to figure out what the hell actually happened,
Yep. And he's also not trying to toe the line of the Archaeological Society of America or whatever the fuck they're part of. I mean, these guys are the
Yeah.
worst.
Yeah.
Zhen Wang for the $2 Australian. Play the Randall Carlson O Solon remix. Well, I'm gonna pull that up. Let's pull that up and see what Randall Carlson has to say.
Oh, Salon,
That's awesome.
have no mercy. Oh, Salon, great cities perish, consumed to ashes. There have been and will be again many destructions of mankind, arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water. The forest-clad mountains burn, fires within and without. The forest-clad mountains burn. Many of us sang the poems of Solon. Oh, Solon, fire and water have no mercy.
Hell yeah.
Salon, great cities perish, consumed to ashes. From Solon to Dropidas to Critias the Elder to Critias the Younger to Plato, 20,000 leagues under the sea. Plato, go back to the original account. To Plato, where are those sacred registers? Man, Plato, let me just have a peek. So there were of old great and marvelous actions of the Athenians, which have passed into oblivion, but hymn of praise true and worthy of the goddess, which may be sung by us at the festival in her honor. But hymn of praise true and worthy of the goddess. Many of us sang the poems of Solon. Oh, Solon, fire and water have no mercy. Oh, Solon, great cities perish, consumed to ashes. There have been and will be again many destructions of mankind.
Yeah, that's one thing I was watching all these guys today about Atlantis, and they all agree that Plato said that we have been reset many, many times. And that was way back when he was writing this stuff down. Like he thought that we were just, starting over every 5,000 years. He's I don't have real proof, but I'm just convinced that's what's happened to this planet.
Take what I shared there, Dave, because this will show you what the coastlines look like around the world.
Okay, let me
Based
get the
on
next 50 seconds
sorry.
of this. Yeah.
All right, no worries.
Arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water. The forest-clad mountains burn with fire fires within and without. The forest-clad mountains burn. Many of us sang the poems of Solon. Oh, Solon, Solon, fire and water have no mercy. Oh, Solon, Solon, great cities perish, consumed to ashes. Oh, Solon, Solon,
Very
fire
good.
and water have no mercy.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'd never seen that before, guys. That's
Thanks
brilliant.
for that. Thanks for that, Jin Wong. That was great. That was really good. Have you seen it before, Jim?
Yeah.
Of course. Get a fucking job. Jesus Christ. How do you see all this stuff?
So what I'm showing you here, and this is based upon widely agreed upon. This is not me making shit up. This is what the world looked like with the ice during the Ice Age and with the
Okay.
glaciers intact. And I'll go ahead and do some zooming in. So, you know, because I've been working on this documentary about South America, I was especially interested in this coastline because there's a big plate over here in the West Pacific. I think it's called the Nazca Plate that caused a whole lot of catastrophes over here and did a lot of climatic change. But there are very large glaciers still intact here down at the end of South America. Now, this is what we're talking about with the Ice Age and where it really was in real time. As you can see, most of Europe, you know, you see the
There's no
outlines
Russia.
under the ice.
There's like
There is,
no,
yeah.
barely.
Well, Siberia is all is not under ice.
Yeah.
If you look.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the crazy thing. It's all connected like that. There's no land bridge. It's connected, you know, just like you guys talked about. This is connected to North America. And then, you know, look down here, look at India, and then look at this big continent right here. You could walk to Australia. I mean, this was a culture called the Mu, which are out there. There was also a huge culture up here in northern China, which interestingly enough, it was the Uyghur Empire, and the Chinese, as we all know, are using the Uyghurs as slaves because they consider them an inferior subspecies, but they were this dominant empire.
And
during
the Japanese islands are connected to the mainland.
Exactly.
And then look at how big Korea is.
Yeah. But you can see here, the Mediterranean look very different, very, very different. You know, they're just all of this. Look at the inland seas.
Yeah.
You can look at this in the video I'm working on. I show the difference in the amount of coastal loss because this is a lot closer than what you realize, you know, and then out here, of course, what they're saying is one of these islands out here, and this is the Azores. You know, I think this is the Azores out here. This is where they're saying that
I have a different map pulled up that's little, you can see the Azores better. And
all right, pull it up, Chief. Yeah, that's a good map.
So if you look over here, I think this is
that's the Pacific. So
I'm sorry, wrong. I'm on the wrong side.
That's okay.
So this should be the Azores right here.
Yep. And you see running down in the middle of the Atlantic, that weird swervy line. That's actually the crust of the planet pulling apart. And that is
called
why
the Mid-Atlantic Ridge.
Yeah, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And that's what's forcing us in North America and South America ever westward. So in theory, one day we're going to bump into Asia while Europe kind of drifts the other direction. But it's weird because a lot of the stuff that we were taught in school in the 80s and then college in the 90s has all proven to be wrong. You know, because it's all proven to be wrong. And a lot of things have happened just in the last 5 years in geology, in our understanding of the Earth's magnetic core, that, you know, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. And the Earth has really weird sort of connections and magma that holds certain parts of the continents in place better than it does others, which is just crazy.
This is where the Pacific, the whatchamacallit, the Persian Gulf is right here.
Yep.
And it's not there. It's land. And you know.
Yeah. It does look like Nick Rekieta's cage. I thought it said rib cage, but yeah. But it's crazy. I mean, you know, the hubris of scientists in general, and I've worked with a lot of different scientists over the years.
So this is Japan, if I'm not mistaken, right here.
Yeah.
This is all these islands and
Korea, Japan,
Korea.
yeah, Kamchatka. But all of that in Indonesia, those are essentially all islands now. That entire landmass disappeared, going down to Australia, and it's just little tiny little nothing.
I think this is New Zealand, right here.
No, New Zealand would be over to that is New Zealand, and then you got Australia, and then you have no, New Zealand's off the coast a bit of Australia.
But they're saying it wasn't.
Yeah,
they're saying it used to be attached. Like,
that's what I'm saying. I think this is New Zealand right here.
It's interesting here because I live in far northern Western Washington, and there's a geologist, Nick Zentner. We talked about him before, but the coast of the Pacific was actually formed by an impact with an island from in the middle of the Pacific, and it just slammed onto Cascadia over here. And the geology of the Puget Sound in Washington State, Oregon, and even Northern California is that literally a foreign continent got slammed onto North America from the Pacific, and its geology looks entirely different than the geology that was native to, what was prototypical North America.
So if you're showing us that Russia and the U.S. were completely connected,
they were absolutely.
And then also because
why do they think that man could not traverse the planet without using ships? Everything's fucking connected.
Because somebody said something hundreds of years ago, and it advanced a career in the way that every other generation of scientists got to get tenure and get promoted and get published, was to validate what the establishment said.
I mean, Greenland is so goddamn close to Canada right here. It's like getting your fucking dinghy and go across. It's that close.
Look at it in relation to Europe, and then understand like what the Vikings coming over here. That was much later, but still,
But like the Vikings making it to the coast of Canada, that from Iceland, that's not that big of a trip with this much land showing, right? I mean, it's crazy.
And now, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't England. England is here.
England is up more. It would have been completely underwater essentially at that point. Now there are higher points, like in Scotland, it would have been an island. Like if all of the if there were major tsunamis and flooding, there are high areas in England that would be above water. Like, let's say if Suspicious Observers, those people who watch that channel, if he's right, the area of Birmingham in central UK is high enough to survive. London would be gone. Any of your coastal cities would be gone. All the shipping would be gone. The mountains of Scotland would obviously be there. Ireland would essentially be gone.
Look how much coastline Florida lost.
Yeah, and this is the Bahamas, which is a huge thing. I mean,
zoom in there, because that's where Bimini Road is. And Bimini Road is fascinating because people want to say, oh, it's just symmetrical rocks just laid out for hundreds of miles. It's an optical illusion. They essentially look square and like a Roman road, and that's the area that it would have been, is right down there.
Very convenient for them to say that, because they didn't find it. You know what I mean? They didn't find it, so they can't take any credit for it. Please let Ireland be gone.
Yeah, it's fascinating though, because you look at places, you remember, because we're all kids of the 70s, hearing about the Bermuda Triangle all the time.
Yeah,
well, that's actually the location of what used to be one of the magnetic poles of the planet.
Yeah, there's also a southern. There's the one in Asia is called the Dragon's Triangle. Then there's the South American anomaly, and then there's another one in outside the Indian Ocean, I think.
Exactly.
Right where that, it's weird because it's right where that plane went down, MH270 or whatever, is right near that anomaly.
Exactly. And we should just do a thing on underwater cities that they don't want to discover or they don't want to talk about that are inconvenient. But there's a huge city, and I think it was part of the Empire of Mu. It's MU. It sounds funny, but it's off the southeastern coast of India. In this
Oh,
city,
dude, I was just going to say the one
is
off the coast of
huge.
India is fucking unbelievable, and
Yeah.
they're trying to act like it doesn't exist. Also, like I
Exactly.
can see it. I can.
Yeah,
see
I know.
it.
And they say, like, from the depth of the water, they're like, this had to have been underwater for at least 6,000 years or something, 7,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah. And the
Lemuria.
only way
Yeah,
you
Lemuria.
can
Or
yeah,
Lemuria,
Lemuria was another one of those. Yeah, Lemuria in the Lemurian Empire is a little strange because it actually kind of spanned from India across again, from what I've read, I could be wrong. It actually went into where Egypt would have been. And then you
Right.
have again all of the empires that would have been in South America. But look at all of these cultures building pyramidal structures, probably from about that time, supposedly not in contact in one another, but doing the exact same to architecture, all obsessed with stars. It's just, I don't have the answer. I don't know what it is. All I know is everything I was taught
It's
is,
fake.
well, it's either horribly incompetently wrong or it's negligent lying for some type of outcome. And I'm leaning more toward we've just been lied to because they don't want us to know our real history. Because if we did, we wouldn't give a shit about our credit score and going to work 40 hours a week and voting this or giving power to that or buying fucking a computer. We would be worried about something else and we would be living a very different life. So I think
That's
that's
a good
probably
point.
why they didn't tell us,
And I don't think they're telling people anywhere on the planet about this stuff in schools. I mean, I'm sure there's
No.
people. I'm sure there's people in this chat that went to school in England and in Australia. Did you guys learn about? But the weird thing is, man, I guarantee you, people discovered this shit hundreds of years ago, wrote it down in a book
Yeah.
somewhere, and it just got lost because they didn't want that. It's like the editing of the Bible, right? There's so many
Yep.
books that didn't make the final cut.
The apocryphal stuff. Yeah. The apocryphal texts. It's interesting because, catastrophism, there are two schools as to why the world looks the way that it does. The first one is catastrophism, which is there are floods and there are asteroid impacts and the pole shifts. And there are these terrible things that happen to the planet where the planet's just fine. It's just sort of shaking it up. But it's everything living on the planet that kind of gets its ass kicked and there are major extinction events.
Mother
That's
Nature's a bitch.
catastrophism.
Yeah, she gonna
And
win.
then there's gradualism. And gradualism didn't really start coming about until the early 20th century, late 19th century. And the reason why is scientists felt, and this is true, you've heard Randall Carlson say this, you've heard Graham Hancock say this, is that people would hear things like, oh, there was a great flood. And all these scientists are like, well, that sounds too much like the Bible. And we're scientists. And the Bible's just a work of fiction and a religious text. And we're men of science. So we're going to create something called gradualism, which means everything just sort of wears down over time. There's never a catastrophe. And that's all we've been taught. And our parents were taught it, our grandparents, their parents. For over 100 years, we've been lied to. And anyone who talked about catastrophes,
they had to shove evolution down our throats.
That's what it is.
Yep.
That's
evolution bullshit. Sorry, dude.
It's total bullshit because there's too many holes in it.
Right.
There truly are.
Jim, Lethal Burrito says, look at Zealandia. It's huge. So that's when I guess it's New Zealand and Australia were together. Is there like an actual image of that somewhere?
I don't know, but I want to show some of these images just so people get the idea of what this is off the coast. This is off the coast of Japan.
Right.
And this would have been underwater for 10,000 years at least. So,
but that's natural. That's
no bullshit. Okay,
that's how rocks actually erode. They erode in perfectly formed blocks, just like that.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't look like this.
Are you sure?
This is what a quarry looks like when you start cutting stone out. All right.
Oh yeah.
All right. You can see it's straight cut, straight cut, straight cut.
Well, I've seen a lot of different takes on this, and some people saying it's natural, and some people.
I mean, how is this natural?
Well, and that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, the ones that say it's not real, it's natural, don't show this, and then the people who show the other ones only focus on this. I don't think it's natural. I think they were quarrying stone down there, and I think it's pretty clear. Like, I would put $1,000 on the fact that this was above sea level before the Younger Dryas, and they were definitely quarrying minerals to build temples with this. Because
Do they have tool marks and stuff, or are those all eroded after time? I mean, that would.
Well, I mean, from being underwater with just the natural water movement, I think any tool marks would probably be gone. You know, just
Right.
from
Yeah.
tidal currents and stuff.
But
I mean, there's no way it would make these straight lines.
Right.
You don't
No,
get
I-
straight lines like that.
Not natural.
I live on
right.
the ocean. I live on the ocean. I'm out at the ocean every day. I was out at, and what water does to rock is water rounds rock. Water wears away rock and wears under rock. It doesn't make symmetrical right angles. Water does not do what we're seeing on screen, especially
No.
over time.
No,
It just
no.
doesn't do that. Now, I understand if you're talking about crystalline structures, there's halite in gypsum and other things like that. These are not halite in gypsum. And so that's why I have a really hard time taking seriously anybody saying that this is a natural form of erosion, because erosion does not occur at right angles. Erosion rounds things down in a, whatever.
Especially
water-
in an area so big. Like, there's so many different portions of this quote unquote quarry. It's not
That's
like
the
it's just one hall, right? It's a gigantic place.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is their argument is, well, we haven't found any other quarries that old anywhere else. And like, well, they're probably under fucking water.
Did you just see they found a boat in the middle of some
Desert.
sea
Yeah.
in the desert? They said that because they didn't have the technology to navigate in the middle of a lake, and I forget when it was. I think it was pre-Roman civilization, that they never bothered to look for shipwrecks in the middle of this like Mediterranean lake or sea or something like that. And they found this thing with this old boat, this reed boat full of amphora, the giant things of wine and other stuff that was older than Christ. But they said they didn't look there because they knew, all these archaeologists, that nothing would be there, because they knew that these ancient people didn't know how to, they didn't
Build
have
a boat,
sextants and they didn't know how to navigate by the stars, and they didn't know how to navigate. And they just found this boat that completely threw out all of this horse shit of 100, 200 years of scientific dogma.
Yeah.
You know?
And you can look at this picture and you can see that there's a seam here where it's a different rock. Same thing on the other side, or they're almost level. I mean, they look level, like it's the same, like a stone, another stone, and then another stone placed
Actually,
here.
it not just does it look level, it almost has the same contour on each side. It looks like, oh, this was worked. Like, it's got the same overhang. It's pretty goddamn close.
It reminds me of the stonework in, I think it's Machu Picchu, where they were using those complex H-shaped, huge, solid stone, huge H brick things that they built this temple out of, and their fortifications out of. The scientists are like, no, they could have totally did that with like stone tools and string and whacking their dick against it. And it's like, are you kidding me? Are you seriously, that's the bullshit you're gonna make up about this?
We need diamond fucking tipped drills to do that shit today, right? I mean,
but in moving those,
Right.
each one of those H stone block things, it's like 6-8 feet tall, 4 feet wide, weighs tons.
well, it's like in
tons.
South America, all of those pyramids, they're not low. They're in the fucking highest part of the
Desert.
mountains. They're carrying this shit up these fucking mountains, dude. How?
I mean,
How are they doing that?
when I go up to 10,000
I never heard
feet,
of a
I
big
feel
slave labor force in the fucking
Yeah.
South American culture. Like they say, the slaves built all the pyramids. Whatever.
Well,
They did
and
not.
the other part of it too is when you're in an arid, because these are hyper dry areas, you get
Mhm.
like millimeters of rain during the dry season, and maybe if you're lucky, you get maybe 15 inches of total rain during the rainy season, which lasts maybe 3 or 4 months. So what happens is everything floods. The water then soaks immediately into the ground. The ground is sandy and generally acidic because that area was full of volcanoes. So it's really rich in all of these alkaline substances. Now, shit does not grow at 10,000 feet. trees do not grow. There's the tree line and stuff like that. But I know I was looking at land in Wyoming, and in the high desert, good luck growing anything. Like, even if you have a greenhouse, because the conditions are just not right. So to say that
Jim,
you're going to have
this almost looks fake. It's so good. Like,
Yeah, but if you look too, you could see here. Where am I at here? Wrong page. Here. If you look at these nubs,
yep.
These are the same nubs that you find in Egypt on giant stones that they must have been somehow using to
They
lift.
find them in
somehow.
India too.
Yep.
They find them
Yeah.
all over the place. Yeah.
Now this is Peru. We're looking at Peru. This is a wall in Peru. But
Right.
look at these stones are 50-ton, 60-ton stones.
Yeah.
Perfectly placed together like what the fuck, man?
Well, in
That would be
deliberately.
Yeah, but that would be hard to do today.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why they
they-
talk.
they're-
That's why they say, well, maybe they were pouring this shit. Like they had a way to melt this, or you've heard those theories too, right, guys? Like
But how-
they
I
had
mean,
a technology to make
Go
this
ahead,
shit
sorry.
melt and then re-pour it. It's perfect.
But again, I come back to how and why would you do that at these heights in
the
these
height,
areas where
yeah.
there's no food? How are you going to do that where the water isn't easily available? I mean, that's all nice, I guess, if you're having, T-bones and beers choppered in to your
Dude,
to
my
your
bricklayer
construction site.
didn't put my patio in this fucking good. Okay,
No.
it's unbelievable. In my mortar in my fucking patio, which they use to hold the bricks together, it's shit now. They're not even using
it is.
anything. These rocks are just perfectly stacked, and they're
Yeah.
earthquake proof, dude. Nothing can
Yeah.
knock these fucking walls down.
But
I mean,
that's
but
the trick.
They've
were
found these
designed-
walls all over the world. Nobody knows who built them. They have, these are all, but I mean, they found them in Italy, they found them in South America, they found them in India, they found them in Egypt, in Africa, they found them in China.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just like the Aztecs, when they walked up to that mountain one day and they go, holy shit, there's this cool wall here. Maybe we should build a civilization around this.
And it's
Because-
always the older stuff. The older stuff, everywhere you look, the older stuff is always better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
And
thing
it's
with us today.
interesting-
Older cars were better, right?
Yeah,
That's what
oh,
they
yeah.
say, right? Older cars lasted longer. Now new cars are disposable. Like it's all disposable shit. Everything we buy has a 3 to 5 year lifespan, it seems like.
Exactly.
Whereas in the old
Exactly.
days, you bought something, your fucking TV better work for the next 20 goddamn years.
Exactly.
Or you were pissed
Well, and
off.
Dave, you said something important, which is that they were earthquake proof. Now, this is
Yeah.
extraordinarily important, and it's very, very important in South America because, as I'd mentioned earlier, there's a lot of tectonic activity, insignificant tectonic activity, because you had the continent of South America and that west coast that's on the Pacific. You had that Nazca plate constantly jamming up. And through the process of subduction, which is what created the Andes Mountains. Now, the Andes Mountains have been created over millions of years, but it was created not gradually, but by continued, sustained, over millennia, violent subduction, which causes massive earthquakes, which drives the plate up and creates those mountains. Now, I live in a subduction zone. I live in the Cascadia subduction zone. When this motherfucker goes, I probably won't be here. Now, I got bug out bags and I got stuff cached,
But
and
you
I know
better
the
fucking-
drill.
You can't.
Oh, no,
ever
no, I
tell,
know the
dude.
drill.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing here will be mudslides, and the tsunami probably won't be that bad, but it takes a while to get down the Strait of Juan de Fuca. But while that's happening, my ass is running up the mountain. But
Salty,
Look at this.
do you know who Paul Harrell is?
I don't. The name's not familiar.
Oh, he's out by you. He's a real big YouTube guy that does like guns and survival stuff, and he had a huge channel. He's got like 1 million subs, but he's actually
look him up.
suffering. You should look him up. He does like he's got a great channel, but
Yeah.
he's sick right now. So I didn't know if you knew who he was.
No, there's a couple guys that I follow that are local, but I also do a lot of fossiling because there's a place called Murdoch Beach about a half an hour from where I am, and there's a lot of concretions, and those would be fossils that are embedded within limestone. Essentially.
Peter Watts says Paul Harrell is the coolest.
Yeah,
I
he's
gotta
like the
check that
original. He's the original gun tuber. Like
See,
the first
I
one.
love stuff like that. 2A all the way, man. But where I'm going with that, Dave, is that these bricks were not done to look cool. They were done to survive earthquakes because of all the cataclysms that have befallen the planet, but in particular South America, for a lot longer than we've been told. I mean, if you have mummies that are 7,000 years old, and those are the ones that have survived, what were they doing before all that? Do you know? The Incan civilization is relatively young. Okay, you had the Aztecs were an offshoot, but the Incan civilization, when you start looking at the myths, because when the documentary I'm working on, you look at the different subcategories of what people call the Incan people. There are different tribes, and one of them is called the Quechans, and the Quechans have this just unbelievable oral tradition where they talk about what it was like to have this flood and the gods fighting, and the mountains were gods, and talking about what it's like to live through these earth-shattering things. And you look at the land around, especially in South America, and then you look at this architecture that we're looking at. This is not all a coincidence, guys. Like this isn't just like, hey, let's make something that looks cool. They knew what was coming because they were living, they had lived through the last time this shit has happened.
My computer's plugged in, Jim. Completely plugged in. Been plugged in every day. It's charging. Doesn't say low battery, and the motherfucker just shuts off. I gotta buy a PC. I'm tired of doing this shit on a goddamn laptop. I'm gonna break this up just for a second, guys. This is what my wife does. So I have this. I had this board behind me, and whenever I get a $20 or more super chat, Salty, I write their name and date and the amount on the board.
I've been here before.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So my wife writes on the board, I love BTM reviews.
Oh, you do have the best wife. If all the things you said about her, good job, man.
Yeah,
you totally don't deserve a woman like that. None of us do. But
she just
God bless you for having her.
She goes, "Did you see your sign?" I go, "What sign?" She goes, "Your super chat sign." I said, "No." She said, "Behind you." I was, "Oh shit, I got to show that to the chat." That's awesome. So go back to it, Jim.
Well, this is some other stuff. This is
pottery
ancient Egypt. Well, this is not pottery. This is granite.
Well,
they made this out of. I know, but this is a granite vase. They call it. How the fuck did they bore out granite like this if they didn't have a lathe?
Well, they did it with their copper tools.
No, but I mean, they got it the inside out. It's the same. It's been measured. It's the same thickness all the way around to like,
and it's super thin. Like it's super thin.
Super thin. It's like to find like you have to measure it with, I don't know, like the millimeters. Like,
yeah.
It might even be smaller than millimeters. It might be nanometers or some shit like that. It's super accurate. Like these things, and they've done tests.
They don't know how they did it. There's no explanation for this.
But that's the thing. Like the granite ones, like the newer ones, are made out of clay because it's easy to make. You mold on the wheel thing, you spin it, you bake it. But the older stuff are granite, stone.
It's crazy.
And what was their purpose? What like we're looking at this as like a pot.
I don't. Who knows what they were using?
This might have been a part to their gravity, their fucking levitation sound machine, Salty.
Yeah,
and we're too stupid to know what it is. Like I've heard people say, these archaeologists might see something and they classify it as something, and they don't know. It might not be that. It might be something that's different technology for those people.
You see, like this, they've checked it. And it's like all perfect.
Yeah.
It's like, holy fuck, man. That's like you would need a computer to do that today. Like computer
and it would
control.
Still be not as good.
Well, correct.
Right.
But no,
it was slave labor, Jim.
It was just a really good guy, man. He had a great eye. He just knew. No, I don't think so. This stuff fascinates me. And this all ties into Atlantis because, in my opinion, is Atlantis was the culture that did all this stuff.
Well, I
got wiped out.
I think it was one of them. I think it was one of the cultures that did it. I do think that Lemuria was a significant culture. I do think that the Mu culture, which I think that was huge because it would explain how people were getting across the Pacific. And they said that, well, they just got lucky in like bark canoes to cross the Pacific. Fuck that. I live 18 nautical miles across from the island of Vancouver in British Columbia. If you think my ass is getting in a bark canoe and going to cross the white caps out there on a windy day and make it, you're wrong. Somebody knew how to do something, and they had some type of technology. And it's my opinion, it could have been technology we had from sailing, say in the 18th or 16th or 17th centuries, something like that. But it's certainly,
wait till they find a boat in the middle of Sahara Desert.
Yeah,
because
they probably have.
Well, I'm watching this documentary where this guy's out there in the Sahara Desert, fucking finding whale fossils and shit.
Yeah,
that are hundreds of thousands of years old, and it's like, holy shit. So we know it was a green space. This was a green space a long time ago, covered by water. This guy's digging up fossils all day long. And I think he actually found a new species of marine life in his work out there. It's goddamn crazy. And they're gonna find a boat out there one day and go, holy shit.
Yeah.
How do we explain this one?
When you have conditions like that, and you see it a lot with the finds that they do at high altitude in the arid regions of South America, when you have an arid region like that and you keep something under the sand like that, it is going to be hyper preserved, because there's, when you don't have rainfall, you don't have ice, you don't have those things. If something's there, they're going to find it. What I don't understand is, why have they not been doing more LIDAR in trying to find things under the Sahara? And I think we know the answer for that. It's the same reason why are they not doing more exploring in the Amazon rainforest, where they're now discovering thousands of new cities and roads and structures and other things that are there, and yet there's no appetite or money or funding to go and investigate these things.
I hear that excuse for the Sahara all the time. That's why they don't want to go to the place where they think Atlantis is, because it's a super, super expensive endeavor to go out there. And but just, we don't want to spend that money. It's like, yeah, we know why you don't want to spend the money, because if you fucking find what we think is there, you guys are all egg on your face pieces of shit. Now,
that's what a lot of academia.
Think that place is Atlantis? Because I don't, after watching a couple videos.
You mean the Eye of the Sahara? I've seen that. No, I think it's an interesting geological formation. I do think that something probably did occur there. I think it's more likely
it might have been one of Atlantis, because Atlantis had like 10 kingdoms, right? That's the lore. Like, they had 10 places.
Very possibly.
Yeah. Well, what they said was that the ring city was the capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean, okay, so like the United States has the capital in Washington, D.C., right?
Mm-hmm. And it's a shithole compared to the rest of the country.
No, but in Little Rock, Arkansas, it's a miniature version of the Capitol building. That's what their capital is.
Yes, exactly.
So that's, if you have a place like Atlantis, and you're going to set up all these kingdoms, part of your world, you might make many versions of that, because it seems to work for your society. The circle port, 3 layers of defense. And the reason I'm kind of convinced that it's not the one in the desert is because it's not facing in the direction that Plato says it was facing.
Agreed.
That's the reason.
Peter Watts says, yeah, you need an outlandish explanation for this stuff if you accept the accepted paradigm. And that's the trick. I mean, how many things are we all kind of waking up to in this? And, especially as somebody, went to elementary school in the 70s, high school in the 80s, college in the early 90s, the things that they were teaching us that were cutting edge then, the things that they were teaching us then were fucking just wrong. I mean, just wrong. And I envy people who have the time and ability to go and even audit some of these new classes on the geology that they're finding, in all of the bullshit that we were told about dinosaurs in the Ice Age. That just was all wrong,
Well, yeah, I mean,
let me look this up, because I think
the problem is they're not being real scientists, Salty. It's career.
Yeah,
I mean,
shit.
If you can't go at this in science, and once you made your determination, close everybody else's, what their opinions may be and just like it's invalid. Well, that's not right, dude. I mean, that's not science at that point. That's like they make a vaccine for a specific disease that comes out,
Yeah.
and the government says we're only going to pay these two companies to make this shit, and if anybody else has another cure for it, it's illegal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's kind of what these people are doing with science. Like, that's an invalid opinion because it's not backed by big archaeology or whatever.
And it's gotten worse. I think it's even gotten more worse. I don't know if that's a good sentence
Worser.
structure or not.
It's
gotten worser. It's got here. I can tell you're from the Midwest. It's worser. Gonna borrow something. Borrow
I'm not
me that.
from the Midwest. I'm from the South.
Oh, you know
so.
what I mean. You're in Illinois, but shit. What was I gonna say? It's even gotten worse now because they're not even hiring people that are smart, like the smart people they need that tell them what they want to hear. They're hiring people who look a certain way or have sex with
They're
certain
filling
things.
a quota. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And so you're ending up with situations like we saw with all of these people at Yale and Harvard that were plagiarizing and stole from other people or faked their research. And they got their jobs, again, not because they knew what they were doing, but just because they checked the boxes. And that's even more dangerous.
And they're the worst because they fight like idiots based on they're like Eric July. He's got 3 lines that he just keeps repeating and repeating and repeating to defend his stance, like a typical SJW. And that's how these people defend what's really kind of indefendable when you've got people out here like even like Jimmy Cassetti, right? From Bright Insight. He's pretty smart. He's a young guy. He's doing a lot of good. Corsetti, right? Isn't that his name?
Corsetti, Jimmy Corsetti. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a smart kid. He's making some doing some real thought, doing some work. But the people that are hired by the archaeologists at these universities, they couldn't hold a candle to his knowledge.
No, not at all. And when you threaten people like that who are used to being in positions of power and superiority in their hierarchy, you will never get in with them. I see it in corporate America, and I cannot imagine what type of a toxic shithole academia is, even more so than the 90s. I dropped out of a master's program for that shit just because I'm not doing this. Like, I cannot tolerate these fucking
and now
people.
It's gotten down into the high schools, man. It's just like the Democrats got the school systems, dude, and they fucking have just propagandized the shit out of their bullshit.
Yeah. And it's even worse though in college because when you do not teach children how to think critically, when you reward them with giving them the right answer they're expected to give, as opposed to arriving at a place
this is
where
amazing,
they
Jim. I've never seen this before.
It was just recently discovered. It's
amazing,
about 12,000. They know it's at least 12,000 years old because that's how far back. Again. Because they found stuff that they were able to date to that. But that doesn't mean it ain't older.
Right.
That's just, up
to 12,000. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's how far but this is 8 miles long of paintings.
Oh man, I wish we could actually decrypt it and see what the fuck they were trying to tell people. Because this is
a message.
I know.
It's a pictogram. Yeah.
Yeah. They took this isn't graffiti.
No.
This isn't cave graffiti. This is them saying something.
Well, in Colombia 12,000 years ago, there would have been megafauna running around in this area. So we're talking saber-tooth tigers. Yeah. We're talking American elephants, camels.
But 12,005 years ago, there was no written language, they tell us, right? Like that wasn't a thing until 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. Like,
yeah, they got this hard on for everybody came out of Africa, and that's just not fucking true. Like at all. Yeah. For obvious reasons, let's be honest about it. That continent didn't invent the wheel. So
Peter Watts says that's probably an awesome comic. If it was, it'd even be better, Peter. It'd be better. Like that's their entertainment. Like it's their new movie of the week, and it went on for 8 miles because they were there for hundreds of years, and like they did 2 lines a week. Hey, now that whatever happened in the movie continues. Yeah, the church is the worst about this shit, man.
Oh yeah.
And they're
Well, in
defending it from
communism too.
yeah, they're defending it
Com-
from a different point of view.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the church needs to defend it that hard. The church doesn't believe in evolution. They believe in God. So if God created everything and he did it whenever he fucking did it, I guess they're dating Adam and Eve to I have no idea how old they're saying Adam and Eve is. I mean, how long did Jesus exist after Adam and Eve? That's kind of an open book, right? It could be Adam and Eve could have been many, 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 many thousands of years before
They were,
Jesus.
because I mean, Adam and Eve are the names Adam and Eve are anglicized from
It was Adame,
Yeah,
Right.
thank you. You know exactly where I'm going, Jim. Like
which
these
stands for
names-
man or
Yeah.
something.
Yes, and those were, I believe, oh shit. I mean, you can look at things like in Indian culture and the Upanishads, you have the same type of story. You look at what came out of Mesopotamia, and I only reference that because it's so prevalent with sort of as the air quotes, the cradle of human civilization, the development of language with cuneiform writing. You know, they created beer and fermented beverages, which is a huge leap forward. I think we can all agree on that. But it's interesting because, Dave, what you're talking about, the Bible was telling the same story that was told in older literature, which probably comes from thousands and thousands of years before that. You
Right.
know, and again, I'm not saying anything negative against the Bible. I'm not saying anything against Christianity. I'm not at all. I do think that there was a
Dude,
godlike
I
power
believe the Bible
created
more
the
than
universe.
I believe Charles Darwin and his evolution bullshit. I mean,
I believe that there was something divine that set this system up. Now we can debate what that is, but it has nothing to do with the church that I know of, especially in a strip mall, And I think the Bible, if you look at it as a piece of literature, especially in Genesis, that you put that up against the Epic of Gilgamesh and again other creation myths. You have the same flood myth that goes on in there. You have all of these things.
it all comes from
present.
somewhere of a lived experience, in my opinion.
And that's where I'm going with it.
Right.
There were older civilizations that were probably a lot closer to what I think we could come down to as a very generic explanation for the divine or the more empowered or godlike,
And
but
I give the religion, if like seriously, here's my problem too. Like man was hunter gatherers forever, and then finally one day they built a city. I don't believe that at all either, man. I think that we've been farming and doing all this shit, living in cities for a long ass fucking time that we'll never find them all ever. I mean, they're 50 feet fucking under the soil, or 150 feet because of all the land shifting that happened, right?
Yeah.
So we'll never find it.
And they could go explore right where we know the continental shelf was before the Younger Dryas and see what was down there. You can do it. They could go down there and do side scan sonar and LiDAR and look in there and see if they could
do core samples.
But they're not doing it.
They could do core samples for 1,000 feet and see what the fuck comes up, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's wood. Like there's wood from 25,000 years ago down here. Holy shit. And it's not like bark, it's like clean wood. Holy shit.
Yeah. Peter Watts and Chris has some great takes. Peter Watts says the same flood myth worldwide should make a real scientist consider it may have been documented rather than invented. Chris says the tales of Osiris. And there we go. Yeah. Last son of K says fermented beer allowed humans living in and near communities to drink. That's the trick.
Yep.
Clean water, pasteurized water for the first time since most sources of nearly all water were contaminated by, it's true, cholera, typhus, all that stuff. It's whenever you see a disaster, if you make it through the disaster, it had happened after World War I, World War II. It happened every major conflict. If you make it through that, the next thing that's going to kill you is going to be waterborne diseases.
Yeah.
And those kill the shit out of people right now,
Yes, there was a flood. It wasn't, there was a gigantic flood and it happened. Like this planet changed overnight, Jim, right? It fucking overnight.
Well, yeah, when the ice melted rapidly and there was these two water pulse 1A and 1B that happened.
Right.
That changed the shorelines dramatically and caused floods, massive floods. It probably also caused massive tidal waves. But there was also, they know for a fact that there was asteroid strikes maybe, or,
Yes.
inside in the Indian Ocean, off the coast of Africa, that would have caused massive tidal, and they can see evidence of those tidal waves.
And how about
And-
just volcanoes out in the ocean erupting because of the seismic shift, man? I mean, I remember living in Adak, Alaska when I was 6 years old. My parents were having a party at the house that night. All of a sudden, the fucking alarm goes off, Jim, because a tidal wave is headed to Adak, Alaska. Holy shit. So everybody got in their fucking car and drove to the top of the hill, the mountain that's on the base. Everybody was parked up there, and we sat there for like 7 hours, and the tidal wave never hit. But there's so many earthquakes up there. I guess there was one big enough that they thought a tidal wave was on the way. So they got us military assholes up there on the mountain until it would have passed. So yeah, I remember, like, I've been in a tornado. That was some freaky shit. I never been in a hurricane, even though I live in Portage. I never been in a hurricane, but that tidal wave shit, man, like, we all ran for the mountain, Salty, like everybody.
Well, Abiotic Rider says the flood myths and the Bible and Gilgamesh are different. They absolutely are, but the stories are essentially the same. And it's my belief, and it's based upon other people's scholarship, that what Gilgamesh talked about, and then the interpretation that we got in
the Bible.
And again, it depends which translation of the Bible you're talking about. That there are some pretty strong corollaries to that. He says, but there are many flood myths throughout all of culture. Something with a flood happened. It's true.
Yep.
The Sino-Japanese peninsula has it. The Chinese have it. The Indians have it. South American cultures have those myths in their own way.
The American Indians have it, dude. Like,
yeah.
It's
okay.
Okay. Let's say it didn't happen. Okay. Then what that means is that people were communicating with each other around the planet, because we weren't crossing oceans and stuff back then, right? When all this stuff was written, but obviously were, and they were just passing down a tale. Or more likely, there was a giant flood that each person was able to have a history written down from their great, their ISOM, their great grandpa, who wrote it down somewhere, and every culture had it. So it either happened, or some asshole was traveling the planet just making everybody write this shit in a book because he had
the oral traditions. A lot of this is the oral traditions, and it was the same thing with Egypt, where Solon learned the story of this that was passed on to Aristotle. These were oral traditions, and you see this oral tradition throughout cultures. One of the things, especially in what they like to call Native Americans, but they're not. They were just here when Europeans showed up. Let's be honest about it. I am absolutely convinced that there was another culture present in North America, but the devastation was so great.
Oh, I think we're older than Europe, dude.
We are older than Europe. No one can convince me that America, the Americas, and I'm talking South America and North America, were not the cradle of civilization. And it may have not even been in this past Younger Dryas. It might have been the 12,000 year cycle before that. But that,
right.
Whatever happened during the Younger Dryas, and I'm starting to think it was the sun throwing off that shell and with the solar impactors that caused the rapid ice melt, which caused the devastation you can see here in my state in Eastern Washington. And then all the way down, I've talked about it before, Eastern Oregon, all the way down through there. You can see how high the floodwaters rose in Montana, because I used to work in Missoula, Montana. And it's one of the things that Graham Hancock talks about, and Randall Carlson too. You can see it when you're driving on the interstate, how high the floodwaters were in Missoula, Montana. It's very obvious on the mountains when you're driving down the interstate there.
And it's so crazy. Like, Eastern Washington's a fucking desert, right? So
yeah,
it's like maybe it got scorched.
Well,
and the shit just couldn't survive after the soil got destroyed by the sun. I mean,
Well, and because it is so arid, because the Cascades stop all the moisture and keep it over here on this side, over here, and that's why we
just like
have so much rain
California,
in the
right?
spring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Because of that, when you fly over, even if you're on some high peaks, you can look out over these vast expanses of very flat, looks very sandy. Um, Eastern Washington and Oregon, though there's a pass coming out of Idaho before you get to Pendleton. Or no, it's Pendleton, Oregon, where you look and you can look north and it looks like low tide. You just see, I live on the ocean, so that means something to me, but you can see
Mhm.
this wave pattern that's been left on an unimaginable scale of these
Yeah,
wave
that's what Randall
patterns.
Carlson keeps talking about, right? Like,
To hear him talking about it is one thing. To see it in person and then go, holy shit, he's not just making that up,
Mhm.
is like it's nuts. It's
it's
nuts. And
amazing
then
what it's amazing what Google Earth has really done also to help people investigate this
Yeah.
shit too, right? I mean, it's crazy. Lethal Burrito
Yeah.
says there's books that say Jesus was Iraqi. I just look at the Bible as a book of morals, nothing more. Yeah, that's fine.
I agree. I
And
agree.
it's
I
and
I
it's they were good morals. Like it was a good
I
way to
agree.
maybe get some people go, hey, maybe you don't want to kill your fucking neighbor every fucking
But
day,
that's it.
right?
Don't be a shitty person. I
Don't
mean,
be an
if you
asshole.
look at what Jesus said, and I'm not ascribing theological values to anything, but he said, I am the new way, I am replacing what came previously. Now, a lot of that was the Old Testament stuff where everything is unclean. You had the 10 commandments, which were fine, but you had to do all of these complex sacrifices to atone. Like if women were menstruating, you had to do this and you had to do that. Or if
Right.
you killed somebody, you had to sacrifice a bull. It was all this sort of arcane, old sort of Talmudic religion.
Yep.
And then you had Jesus come along and says, I'm giving you two new commandments, which is to, love God and only one God, and love your brother as you would love yourself.
Right.
Those are pretty good rules,
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. And if somebody just wrote that down one day on a Sunday and it got passed around on pamphlets and people believed it, God bless us, man. But we know Jesus was a real person, right? I mean, that's the thing. Jesus was real. It wasn't he actually killed by
100%.
the Romans? I mean, that's what they
Yeah,
say.
they talk about him in multiple other religions. So he was a real person.
Right. So the P. Reese map, that's the one that shows Antarctica,
Perry.
right?
Yeah,
Perry
and the
Reese
coast
map.
of South America and everything, and
Yeah, in the islands. Yeah, the Perry Reese map. That's one that that's what I'm going to do another documentary on once I get
Are
through
you
this other
skeptical
one.
on it?
No.
well, I mean, no, it exists. They know it exists, and there was maps and it was taken from older because that's how they used to have to hand draw. The maps were hand drawn, and so as they would start to fade, someone would take it and copy the map and recopy it, older maps, and try to
Sure.
consolidate them, and they would keep it passed down, and so it makes sense.
Well,
but
and those things were
is
incredibly valuable.
Why is the Perry Reese map so goddamn accurate with Antarctica that nobody could go to, and then it disappears off maps after that? Why is that? And who the fuck
Yeah.
explored Antarctica? I mean,
Well, it's fascinating, and we should talk about it sometime, but the Chinese just came and basically took over a huge part of Antarctica in the last year. Like a huge part. They're like, fuck you, we're going in. And now there's a lot of conspiracy reasons why there are some incredible magnetic anomalies down there. I think it has to do with the pole shift. I think that they're looking to do the reason they went to the dark side of the moon. Like China's kicking our ass going to the moon. Like, guys, like seriously, unless we put Elon Musk in charge of going to the moon, those fucking astronauts are going to die on the pad. Like, look at what's going on with that goddamn spaceship that's stuck at the ISS right now. They don't know how to get that Boeing fucking capsule back to Earth. Our astronauts were supposed to be there for 2 or 3 weeks. They're going to be stuck there for months now.
really?
Boeing. It's true. Yeah, it's funny how you don't see that in the news, but Google that shit right now. That goddamn spaceship, because, and there's a lot of conjecture as to why. It is my opinion that it is the same substandard titanium they used, Chinese titanium that they used on the Boeings, which is what's caused all the metal fatigue and shit to break. But there are astronauts that are trapped there. They don't know when they're coming back. But my point with that is China went to the dark side of the moon to go look and get lunar core samples to look at what was on the surface of the moon. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. Jim, I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm pretty sure they're looking for the remnants of the last time there was a mass coronal ejection of shell, which they're trying to determine if the sun is in fact going to do a micronova like it has before. You know,
Would make sense.
so,
You know, I mean, we have all the signs here that it's happened.
yeah. Well,
they
and
found-
you're starting.
you know-
Go ahead.
You know, they found all the markers that, you know, that like with Graham and Randall say it's from a comet impact, but it very well could have been a micronova.
Yeah, Randall Carlson has come around. I think it's been in the last year to say there were comet impacts. That's undeniable. But he's also saying the sun also threw some shell, and that shell would be formed by cosmic dust that builds up on the planet. And now he's starting to come around to the fact that, yes, the sun played a big part in it too. There were also impacts coming out of the Taurid meteor shower, like he talks about. But the role of the sun, and it's been within our lifetime, guys, where no one talked about any of this shit, like in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, not even in the early 2000s. But it's only been since about 2010 where they're starting to understand the sun is not our friend, and the sun does crazy shit and has.
Maybe that's why all these ancient fucking cultures worshipped the sun and prayed to the sun god, because it fucked shit up.
Well, it did.
When it burped.
And across all of these cultures, especially once they started to develop or to get into their Renaissance periods, they started to replicate the sun looking like it was going nova in multiple forms of artwork. And you find a lot of it in the Islamic faith, in the Chinese art that was there, where they're showing what these proton fields would look like. And Suspicious Observers, you should check them out, guys in chat, if you don't subscribe to them. And we should cover some of his videos. I could reach out and ask him if we could cover them and give him credit and send people over. But he does a really deep dive into all of this iconography throughout all of these cultures.
Is he a guy that would
around
ding
the
you
world.
if you play his videos? Is he one of those guys?
Well, maybe, but I think it's better to ask anybody, because this guy's a pretty big channel and he takes a lot of shit from people, and he's kind of got a short fuse. Let's be honest about it.
Well, I mean, if you know anything about him, I mean, he was a mainstream scientist until about 8 years ago, and then he stumbled across this stuff about the sun and was like, "Hey, why aren't anybody doing this? Is going to happen. I can see it." And changed his whole life, lost like 50, 60 pounds, got in shape, and he's preparing, you know, he's basically like, that's the guy that does the solar flare videos every day that I watch. Well, it's not solar flare videos, but they're solar, you know, he watches the sun every day, and he's a double PhD. He's a smart guy.
Lethal, I think the moon's fucking hollow, and I don't think it's real. I think it doesn't
definitely
make sense.
it's
The
not
moon-
terrestrial. It's
Yeah,
not, and it is not what we think it is. Now, I don't know what the fuck it is, but even NASA said the density of the moon and its relationship to Earth make absolutely no sense. There is no way, geophysically or astronomically, that any moon is as close as our moon is to us, and that the moon constantly faces us from one direction only. No other moons in our solar system do that, but somehow our planet, where there's life, human life, and life in general beyond the microbial,
and the moon controls our fucking tides, like fucking crazy, right? I mean, we're so perfect. Like this is why life may not exist anywhere else in the universe, guys, because maybe we are the only place in the entire universe where there's a moon close enough to a planet that has water on it to make the water rise and, you know, go down every day, and it lets, you know, it affects the planet as much as our sun does. Really, it does, right? I mean,
I think there's a chance that there is other life. It could be mammalian. Life can mean a lot of different things other than just what we're used to. But I think going back to what happens, on the 6,000 year cycle and the 12,000 year cycle, because we're entering the end of a 12,000 year cycle right now, where we live in obviously the Milky Way galaxy. There are clouds of cosmic dust and
Well,
gas in
according to
dark
what's his
particles.
Billy Carson what's his name?
Yeah.
Billy Carson. He thinks that we're part of a different galaxy, and we came into the Milky Way galaxy. I can't remember what galaxy it was that we're actually
Yeah.
being eaten by the Milky Way galaxy.
It's entirely possible, but where I was going with that was it's entirely possible that we're just out of sync with all these other species that may be in our galaxy or our whatever we're in, because they get their ass kicked at different times and reset to zero than we do. So they didn't get space flight, and it's like that's kind of what I'm thinking is happening, is that because of distances, our different species, whatever they may be, we just never get to a place where we both have the same technology at the same time to be able to communicate with each other, which I think is entirely possible. So,
Yeah. I mean, it would be very short-sighted to me to think, well, based on what the scientists tell me it's infinite. Like it just goes on forever. There's no end to the universe. There's how many bazillion fucking galaxies out there, Jim? So we're supposed to believe that. And if they tell me there's a black hole out there, but they can't show me a black hole. They just say it's in theory, just this thing that swallows time, basically, right?
yeah.
So I'm supposed to believe that the universe is so goddamn big, but nothing else out there exists. Dude, I hope there's somebody out there right now doing a live stream talking about their version of Randall Carlson, talking about their version of an Atlantis.
I hope there is too.
I do too. I would hate to think, well, it'd be kind of cool if we were the only thing like in this infinite fucking, multiverse that was able to do what we do. However, it's also kind of sad. Why the fuck is it so big and so dead? Why did they do that? Why does it need to be dead everywhere? It's bullshit.
Yeah. Peter Watts says he didn't know that Mercury is tidally locked. It's true. However, we are seeing major changes with all the planets within our solar system, and they have just kickstarted. And Jim, you jump in with this. They thought for our lifetime, our father's lifetime, just going back to the 1800s, they thought Mars was a dead planet, that it had no volcanism, that it had no magma, that it didn't have earthquakes. Well, guess what's happening on fucking Mars? And it just started happening. Mars is starting to wake up volcanically. And the reason why is the same reason why our planet is a little weird. And it's affecting Mercury. It's affecting Venus,
Jupiter, Saturn. Yeah.
The rotation of that big eye
on Jupiter, it reversed.
Suddenly changed.
Yeah.
That
it's
had
been
never
that way
happened.
since.
You mean that big gigantic hurricane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going in a different direction now?
Yeah, and we've had telescopes that could see that large planet for how many years now? It's got to be 300 years.
Yeah, hundreds. 300
years. So they would have observed
that we know
something
about.
Like
that we know about. Yeah, who the fuck knows? Yeah.
But these things are all just suddenly starting to happen at the same time, and we're not talking like 20 years. We're talking 5-year. 10-year spans. All the planets are sort of changing. The atmosphere of which one is it? It's either Uranus or Venus contracted, like sucked itself in around the planet. Now they do have atmospheres. They don't have atmospheres like us, but they have something that resembles an atmosphere, and their magnetism is changing. Now all those things affecting the planet within our solar system are also affecting our planet. And again, I encourage you, don't listen to me. I'm an asshole on YouTube on Dave's channel. Okay. I could be full of shit, but go look at other research that's out there in people with PhDs in their names that have science.
Yeah. The Chinese have been doing a ton of work on this stuff. It's actually who's been publishing a lot of the papers. They're really looking into it because they've noted this, like their rainy seasons and their flooding and stuff correlate to like solar flares and things happening with the sun, and they're like, wait, so we need to watch this. And that's probably, like you said, why they're going to the moon, why they're doing these things in Antarctica. They want to know. They're not bound by this, I hate to say this, climate change fucking hysteria that the Western world is.
It's a joke, and they're benefiting from it. You guys, who gets all the money for the solar panels and the fucking wind turbines?
Wind farms,
It's fucking China. They're laughing at us.
Mm-hmm.
This
Because
is
they're
one of the
building
greatest
coal.
fucking
They're building coal
scams.
plants like 2 a week. Yeah.
I mean, yes, the climate is changing. And you know what? It has to do with the fact that our fucking sun is changing. The composition of the star is changing. The amount of helium is changing. The gravitational fields are changing.
And
Our
guess
own
what?
gravitational
It's done it
shield.
since it's been up there.
Yeah.
And that's
Well, it
the
doesn't.
thing.
They know it works on cycles. They know that there's a galactic current sheet that's changing,
That's
and it's going to push a bunch of dust. And when that dust hits the sun,
It'll accrete and it'll build up just like it did before. Now, there's a lot of people saying because it falls in line with about that 12,000 year cycle, which again, look up some of these cycles out there. That's when the Younger Dryas happened. When very suddenly we had a warm spike and then suddenly the temperature dropped again, even colder than it was before for over 1,000 years. And then gradually it came back up. Look up the Younger Dryas. Now, it's just a lot of things lining up. Could it have been something else? Obviously. But we're living through something that has happened before. And what's fucking sick to me is we've got these fucking pieces of shit like the World Economic Forum, and they're all profiting off of what they know. If all these theories are right, would be the end of the world. They're trying to steal as much fucking money from us and make us as much of us slaves and get us to eat bugs and all this other horse shit, knowing that this is going to happen. Look at these dates.
They have no, and they know they have no control over this shit. They can't control anything, dude.
But they got bunkers and they've got seed vaults in the Antarctic. Which, why would you put a seed vault in the Antarctic or in Finland? Because Finland is going to end up around the fucking equator when our pole shift goes, because that's what the historical record says. Now, I know I sound like a raving goddamn lunatic. I get it, guys. I'm not saying this.
Dude, there's a reason there's a fucking DNA. There's a DNA impression of every living organism that the scientists can get to sitting in a fucking vault in Finland. That's a fact. It's there.
Yeah.
Go.
Jim, am I crazy?
No, you're not
making
crazy.
Shit up?
No, it's all true. It's all facts. And it's, I mean, there's some stuff that's speculation, like we're thinking that this is going to happen. I mean, they also had recently discovered that this ice age that they said went on for hundreds of thousands of years. Well, exactly. They don't think it really went on for hundreds. And now they're getting evidence that it got warm and cold and warm and cold and warm and cold. Yes.
Suddenly.
And, the only way that it can happen is, massive solar ejecta heats the planet up, charges the current, gets everything going and melts. And then the dust hits our planet and makes it get shielded, and then we cool off massively. I mean,
it fucks.
And
it fucks with
one
our
big
sun.
fucking volcano goes off. One big volcano goes
we've
off.
already had one. We had a big one go off in the Pacific that has actually changed the entire atmosphere of the planet because of the amount of sulfur and water vapor that it put out. It was in the middle of the Pacific. That literally has changed our entire ecosystem, and it negates any whatever 0.1, 0.2 centigrade bullshit climate change shit. Like one fucking volcano.
Yeah. Let Yellowstone go off. Let that motherfucker go off one day.
It probably
the US
won't.
is fucking done.
It probably won't, because it's such an old system. And if you look
I'm
at
just
the
saying that size of volcano, that's something in that
I
capacity
agree.
is going to fuck up a lot of stuff for a long time.
Edna, look at Edna, and there are volcanoes just like that in Europe, which are likely to go off and will produce the same effect as
Vesuvius is still active, right? Isn't Vesuvius still an active volcano?
Etna is still active. That's one that's in the Mediterranean. Look at the uptick in volcanism and volcano activity that we've had. Look at what's going on in Hawaii. Look at what's going on is it Iceland that has that crazy volcano? Mount St. Helens.
The first week I lived in Iceland, the fucking volcano went off. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, plus all these storms, they keep trying to blame it on climate change, storms. It's actually the electric current and the electricity. The more electrons and protons and stuff that come from the sun and hit the planet causes changes to the upper atmosphere, which causes more storm clouds, which causes worse storms, which causes massive lightning. I mean, there's scars on other planets from the lightning.
Yes, and there's
scars here from the lightning.
States,
We don't know what it is, right? We're too dumb to see it. Yeah. Yeah. So we know it's fake. Is that what you're saying, Andrew? So if you're saying Atlantis was in Australia, and we know Australia
There was
fake,
a culture there, but I don't think it was Australia. I think it was in another place because there was the culture of Mew, as Jim talked about. There was
rebooting
the other
history
one.
says Yellowstone also. Yeah, it's incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
There's a Santorini.
Yeah,
is
the
a super
Santorini
volcano.
one.
Yes.
Yep, and and it's interesting. It's just we had a cluster of volcanoes here this morning. They were offshore in the Pacific. They were 4s and 5s, but whenever I start seeing clusters that are over 4, I have an earthquake alert app on my phone, because I'm here on Cascadia. Because if
Jim
all of
watches
this
the
shit
solar
is
flare guy every day to see what the fuck is
I
going to
do
hit the
too.
planet.
Well, I do too. I mean, and I don't buy everything that he's selling.
No, but I mean, but his science, as far as what's going on the sun, is coming straight from NASA and NOAA. So I mean, it's not.
And that's it. I mean, I think it's not a question of if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen, and to what degree it's going to happen.
I think
it is going to be bad.
Which is why this green tech they keep trying to sell the world pisses me off so much. When even NASA knows we cannot do anything to change the climate, guys. Humans don't have an effect on the climate. That's not a real thing, because Mother Nature has a real good way of handling this shit. There's a black plague for a reason. This shit.
Well, but the planet can handle way more carbon than there is right now. If you look back,
my point is, though, Mother Nature knows how to control the population.
If we get any lower on carbon, we're going to start having trouble growing plants.
We already are. And that's why they needed to develop commercial forms of fertilizer. And it's going to continue to go down. We need to have more CO2 in this fucking planet. We do.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I need more cow farts. I need all that stuff. But when I hear they want to fucking get rid of beef because they fart too much, what the fuck? Who's buying that?
It's a death.
I don't understand it.
Death cult. It is a death cult, and I'm convinced it is a death cult for the same reasons Jim was talking about, which is the reason why they're doing all these high-tech, complicated things is to maximize profits, because all of these things break down and require constant maintenance. Solar panels do not last very long. If you live in a place that gets hailstorms, you're fucked. Look at what happened in Texas.
Yeah.
Look at wind turbines.
Even Illinois. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these things, they break down, they cost a lot of money to put up, and the money is basically they're making money hand over fist in the maintenance costs of all this shit, and the constant things need to be replaced. That's all that it is.
You know it's a fucking fraud when the government is giving you grant money to put this shit in, because they're just hoping.
I know.
Yeah, so rebooting history. Z says the Egyptian priest said it's a cycle of destruction for mankind in the dialogues. Yes. And this is where Plato was talking about that stuff too. Every 5,000 to 6,000 years, we're completely destroyed. And there's a few survivors, and they just got to start over again, man. Why do you think there's places that have, structures 8 stories deep with running fucking plumbing and air conditioning, basically, Jim, in the middle of India, or Turkey, wherever the fuck it is.
Russia just invested, and they finished it up. They did hundreds of miles of underground. They said that's for nuclear war, but they have huge shelters underground to put a huge portion of their entire fucking population underground for an extended period of time. Now, the thing, if that was for nuclear war, you're going to have to stay down there like a long fucking time. And if you come out, you still have radioactive water. Like it is kind of like playing Fallout 3, like maybe in 100 years, once the half-life goes down, but you're still dealing with an entirely fucked planet.
Right. But if it's a solar flare and then it ends, you're down there for a year. You come out and you're like, oh fuck, let's build this shit back up.
The basic timeline is before what we're talking about and what's postulated by Suspicious Observer happens is that, I mean, and there's a comment from Lethal Burrito where he talks about the ozone layer. Yes, the ozone layer is actually decreasing, but that has to do with the sun. Right. And the sun is destroying it because of the magnetic field stuff that's going around. Because
Dude,
remember
I
I talked
remember.
about
Well, just
I
last-
remember, I
just
remember
in the
80s,
70s,
Jim,
yeah.
I remember in the 80s in school, the ozone layer has a hole in it. We're gonna die.
Yeah, we have to stop using the
Acid
Aquanet.
rain.
Yeah, no more
acid
fucking
rain.
aerosols, all this stuff. Recycle your glass bottles. We didn't have plastic that much back then, but
No, we didn't.
and now we got so much fucking plastic destroying the planet. If the fucking shipping wasn't so expensive for glass bottles, I think there'd still be more glass bottles out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
glass is the way to go.
I was thinking as rebooting History Z. Like, I hope when I'm 90 on my deathbed, all my kids are in their 50s or 60s. I'm laying in my deathbed. This is mean, but like the solar flare hits and we're all proven right. Like, holy shit, what I thought for 40 years is true. The fucking planet's gone.
Well,
It's awful to say, but it's good. We could not wake up tomorrow because a random fucking meteor that nobody saw hits this planet. And
it almost happened last year.
Gone. Right.
Yeah.
It almost happened last year. Last July, they found a planet killer that they didn't see until it was 3 days away from the Earth. And they're like, well, we're pretty sure it's not going to hit. But that would have been catastrophic. But the cycle of this is that there's a buildup on the sun because the sun is accreting or gathering all this cosmic dust and all of the magnetism that's coming out of the center.
Do you think it's a coincidence that our magnetic field is shifting right now when this is happening?
The trick. And that's the trick. I mean, they're all connected. And not only our magnetic fields, but look at
the magnetic fields on Jupiter, the magnetic fields on Mercury, the magnetic field on Venus. It's all shifting. On Mars. It's all shifting.
Mars is waking up. Neptune's waking up. All of the planets in our solar system are responding in the ways that you would expect if you're looking at the event that we are talking about. And that's why I lend this credence. But let's say we get to a point where all of this shit that's floating around, whether it be the cosmic dust that's floating through the Milky Way and it's on a cycle and it keeps swirling, and then you have the magnetism stuff that comes along with that, it builds up on the sun. Well, what happens? There's this shell that you can't really see that's on the sun, and it reaches a point where, you know how we had that big CME where we had the awesome auroral lights? Well, that would happen on the sun, only all the shit that's built up on the sun would be dragged off of the sun and slam into us too. And that, because the sun is concentrating that energy along with the magma and the radiation and everything else, it essentially turns into this unbelievable destructive ball where it's not just the rock and all the other shit, but it's all the concentrated magnetism and power and plasma within that slams into our planet. When you
it's like that Creepshow movie, Meteor Shit.
Well, but it slams into the planet and it really kind of rattles everything in the planet. And it's like, because we're a tiny little fucking pea compared to our sun. And the sun, essentially, our planet wigs out, its magnetic stuff goes crazy. And that's why this pole shift, which has been accelerating radically in the last 20 years, is a big deal, because those are the classical signs of what we're talking about. Now, all of this is theoretical because there's nobody alive that ever lived through this, because this shit happened 12,000 years
the
ago.
planet got destroyed.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but just last week we had a level 4 solar storm, and there really was nothing going on that caused it. It was like, this shouldn't be anything.
That was freaky as fuck. And there's no auroral activity. There's no enhanced anything. It's just a sign. Again, going back to the ozone layer, it wasn't a joke. Our ozone layer is disappearing. We are getting more ultraviolet light coming down through our atmosphere than we ever did when we were kids in the 70s. Okay, that's why you burn faster. That's why skin cancer's through the roof. This is shit that we didn't have in the 70s.
But
people didn't have this shit in the 50s or 60s.
Well, here's something though. Why do we get skin cancer? Why do we burn? If we evolved on this planet, evolved on this planet, why does these things happen to us here? And,
because evolution is bullshit.
Well, no, because
are we being dragged closer to the sun?
No. The sun is just getting more active. I don't.
Yeah. Well, the sun is getting bigger. It's always growing. So,
Jim, you're asking, we're not really from this planet, is what you're
saying. I'm not asking. I'm just saying it's a possible. It's a theory. Why would we be so susceptible if we evolved on this planet
Yeah,
Why would
the
we be
only- why are the
susceptible to
only-
shit that goes on this planet like this? Why do we get so sick? Why are we, like
Why do we
humans?
sweat? Why do we sweat?
Yeah, why do we suffer for so
Yeah.
many diseases and
Yeah.
all these things on the planet that'll kill? It's weird,
Well, that's,
Yeah,
that's
rebooting-
Darwin would say because we've evolved into the smartest thing on the. Well, I would actually not.
Bullshit.
I would actually like to not get skin cancer. That would be a thing. I would like to not worry about sweating and I have to fucking wear deodorant or antiperspirant to stop it. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Rebooting
the Anunnaki. That shit might be real. Like.
Well, I think there's something to it. I don't know if it's the Anunnaki, but we are very weird for what this planet is and how much it affects us. This is, and then I got to go because I love you guys, but I want to go watch my fireworks and drink a beer. Rebooting history says,
Well,
except
you might be here when you get back.
That's cool. Except for a few uneducated survivors, usually after the mass destruction, and that is the thing.
Right.
But
they were smart enough to survive.
But I mean,
a lot of times it's just luck.
Well, yeah. I mean,
true,
honestly,
but that's the theory. That's the story of Atlantis. Is that there was these people who went to South America, to the Mayans, right, and to the Egyptians, and to I think even the natives, India.
Yeah.
That they came from the sea and they brought them knowledge and stuff.
Right.
And that would have been the survivor. Who knows? Maybe there was a group of
there when Atlantis got destroyed and they had nowhere else to go back to. Right.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and when they did the Native American DNA studies, I think it was 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, they thought that they were going to find the what they call the Native Americans, which are actually a conglomeration of a bunch of different races.
You mean like every fucking race on the planet? Like
exactly.
Jesus
they
Christ.
found the predominant DNA family was Polynesia. That's what the Indian or Native American tribes were.
Explain Easter Island. Explain that.
I know.
Explain
I gotta go.
I know, bud.
I love you guys. I'll come back. You guys have a good show. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Salty.
Chat. I'm gonna go watch fireworks. Bye.
God bless America. So Jim, like literally, explain Easter Island. It makes no sense. I mean,
well, it was probably a lot bigger. During the Ice Age, it was a lot bigger.
And people could walk
islands, not walk, but they were short enough to take short boat trips to different islands. Were up above the water. And they could basically just go bow
and they would survive. They were actually able to get food and all that stuff and bring it back. Okay. I would not be surprised if the races of mankind evolved on other planets. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I just don't think.
Maybe the moon is how they got here.
Maybe the moon. There's somebody in there telling it right now, telling our ozone to get a little fucked up, make these dumb white people fucking sucker people into thinking they need solar panels. Jesus Christ. It's crazy. I loved Ancient Aliens, dude. I watched every episode of that shit. I don't believe it all, but they have some good theories that are not mainstream, right? They're just not mainstream. And it's not always wackadoo stuff, Jim. It's not always.
Well, that one thing they have where it looks like a jet airplane.
Yes.
It's like, that is weird. And then the guy, when it's like, look, he's sitting in this thing and you can see he's doing this. He's controlling this with his feet. It's like, well, that does kind of look like that. I don't know what the fuck he's doing if it's not something in a device.
Didn't somebody like remake it to see if it could fly? I think they did. I think that's a thing. Like somebody used that picture and said, well, let's see if we can make this thing fly. Oh my God. So, man, I just like alternative theories to things. I don't like what I was taught in school because it doesn't make any sense. Just like I don't believe everything in the Bible. I don't believe everything in the Bible. What am I, fucking dumb? But they're good for controlling the masses, right? Like it's good stories to know why you don't want to kill your neighbor. And there's a good story in here in this book in the Bible. The first few seasons were great. Then it got repetitive and fanciful. Yeah, I get it. But there's still some interesting episodes later on during the season. I never watched Oak Island. What the fuck, dude? I mean, they're just dragging this shit out for, it's like it's FNT clickbait. So what's Randall got to say on this Plato Atlantis thing, Jim?
Hold on. Shit. I was on the wrong page.
Yo, the world is crazy. Yeah, it is.
To make that judgment, I think you have to go directly to Plato himself. So that's what I do. I go to Plato, and the Atlantis accounts showed up in 2 of his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, and only those 2. It's not long reading. I think anybody can just about read the 2 dialogues in an hour or less, 45 minutes maybe. But there's a lot there. There's a lot packed into that. There's a lot of details. And I think that this is what it comes down to is, the devil is in the details. And there's a reason. What you mentioned, Kyle, was people looking many different places for Atlantis.
All right, so what this says is Atlantis. It is possible to decide how far this legend is due to Plato invention. It's possible to decide how far this legend is due to Plato's invention and how far it's based on facts of which no record remains. Medieval writers, receiving the tale from Arabian geographers, believed it true and had other traditions of islands in the Western Sea, the Greek Isles of Blessed or Fortunate Islands, the Welsh Avalon, and Portuguese Antilla, or whatever, Antigua, or Isle of Seven Cities, and the St. Brendan's Islands are subject to many sagas in many languages. That's from the 1963 Encyclopedia Britannica under Atlantis. So, I mean, it was very widely accepted that Atlantis was real until...
But they're calling it Plato's invention. Like Plato invented it. It's not... I mean, don't say invention, dude. He didn't invent shit. Oh, my God.
This power, referring to Atlantis, this power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean. And there was an island situated in front of the straits, which are by you called the Pillars of Heracles. Now, who's speaking here? This is an elderly priest speaking to Solon. And Solon was the Egyptian poet and lawgiver who went into a 10-year exile. I'm sorry, back up. I said Egyptian, I meant Greek. He was the Greek poet and lawgiver, scholar, philosopher. He did a 10-year exile in which he journeyed to Egypt. And it was while he was in Egypt that he supposedly heard the tale of Atlantis. And it was told to him by this elderly priest. And so when you speak about the Pillars of Heracles...
So a guy who likes Wook Sheely says, it may have been an invention. Much of what we see as Greek myth comes from plays. But Solon is the first person who's an Egyptian priest who talked.
No, he heard it. He was a Greek
priest
person
who went to and heard it from the Egyptian priests.
Right. And they did find, they do have talking about Atlantis they found in Egypt.
Yeah, and this was 240 years before Plato even wrote about it. Yep. And this went through Dropidas, Critias the Elder, Critias the Younger, and then finally Plato. So the thing is, Plato's writings are the only ones that have lasted.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, Jim, that fucking Library of Alexandria burnt the fuck down. Who the hell knows? Who knows what was written that we'll never know? The dialogues say over and over, it's a fact and nonfiction. Yeah. So Solon was the father of democracy, basically, and one of the 7 wise Greeks of all time. Yes. And people want to give Plato the credit, but Plato just wrote what he was told. And isn't that what history is? Don't we? I mean, that's what it is. It's kind of crazy.
Well, history's always written by the victor of a war or by the conqueror or whoever.
Or,
so that's why
the society that lived through the fucking disaster. right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. If they did. So yeah. So go ahead, Jim.
Please, there's no other. I've looked. There's no other reference to the Pillars of Heracles being anything other than the Straits of Gibraltar. What we see.
By the way, guys,
let's go back to
please
this. If
subscribe to Randall Carlson. If you're not, let's give Randall Carlson all the credit for this video. He deserves it. You know, if somebody's out there saying, "Oh, you got," you know, somebody's watched this stream, guys. Randall's one of the best guys. He's down to earth. He's like, dude, you can believe me or not. I just do my fucking research and I go out here and I investigate these. I'm doing more than mainstream archaeologists are. I'm actually going to these sites and showing people, you know, the proof. And he's
there's
really
also
he's not a
good
rich guy. He's not a rich
No.
man. He's just out
No.
here doing this stuff for himself and for you.
You know, also subscribe to the Brothers of the Serpent. That's the people he's doing this with. They're two guys that travel around and do a lot of stuff on searching
it's not his two producers. Oh, the two younger guys.
The two younger guys. Yeah, those are
Yeah.
they're called the Brothers of the Serpent or whatever. They're two
They're
brothers.
always
I'm not
together
sure.
with Aaron.
They're always
Randall,
together.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do a bunch of stuff on Egypt and other stuff, and you know, and obviously, you know, Graham Hancock and you know Jimmy Corsetti and
Right.
Ben Davidson. There's all good guys you should be following and paying attention to.
And Jimmy Corsetti's channel is Bright Insight. So I've had reason to believe that Plato seems to have embellished. You know what? I was watching a video about that today, you know, where people said, well, Plato wrote that to give people a reason to have, you know, fear of, you know, governments that are too big and all this stuff. And, you know, and he goes, and the guy's like, oh shit, where's this guy going? And the guy says, yeah, but those guys are full of shit. He says, no, you know, that's not what Plato was trying to say. And I might pull that video up next time, but, and he's just like, man, we believe so much other stuff by people like Plato, but we don't want to believe in Atlantis for reasons. And it's kind of silly, because what, I don't know, man. Go ahead, Jim, play it.
if we begin to look at the literature of Atlantis, what we find is that prior to the mid to late 70s, most of the books written on Atlantis and people addressing the question of Atlantis or investigating, trying to figure out where it was.
Do you know why Atlantis became popular again, Jim?
Because they opened a casino in the Bahamas?
Because people thought Troy was a myth.
Right.
And they found Troy in the 1860s. And people are like, holy fuck. They found Troy. Maybe this other shit's true also. I mean, people thought Troy was a fake history of the time. So my other channel is called After They Found Atlantis here on Rumble. Oh, wow. I'll look it up. Go ahead, Jim.
That model, it's west of the Pillars of Heracles. As it said, as the quote said, there was an island situated in front of the straits, which are by you called the Pillars of Heracles. So obviously that puts it to the west of the Straits of Gibraltar, into somewhere into the Atlantic Ocean. And so
now I did see something that I wanted to pull up and I just fucking closed it. Sorry. Take 1 second. I did see something that hold on. Atlantis.
Hey, rebooting. Can I play this video you got up here called Atlantis Lies and Beliefs?
This is from NBC. That this is what they're claiming. That they found evidence that this is what this is Spain here. This is the Straits of Gibraltar.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then this would be this ringed city. And they're claiming that this, you know, like, I don't know. You know, this would be Crete or Malta. This would be Crete, I think.
So NBC's actually trying to say this stuff is real now?
Yeah, I mean, this is from NBC. Let's visit. Lost city of Atlantis believed to be found off Spain. This was back in 2011. This was published.
Oh, okay.
U.S. Red Research Team finally located the lost city Atlantis, legendary metropolis. What the fuck? Believed swamped by a tsunami thousands of years ago in mud flats in southern Spain. What? You know. I
Oh, this is a computer picture. Okay.
yeah.
All right.
You know, they claim they found structures.
Until you find it, you know, and then even if they do find it, they're going to try and say it's something different, in my opinion. Let's see what Rebooting History has here for Atlantis Lies and Beliefs. This is Rumble channel. It's called oh shit, I think it's muted.
I want to tell you about my Atlantis story and how I became involved with Atlantis. It first started for me when I was about 5 or 6 years old and I was watching TV back in the 70s, and I saw Man from Atlantis on TV, and I was always captivated by this show. It didn't last very long. The show got canceled after a period of time, but that's probably the first time I heard about Atlantis. This is like in 2000 when the Iconos satellite was available, and then Google kind of came out this time, and I knew that Atlantis was like a sunken island, and somehow I knew about it being 10,000 years ago, that it had sunk under the sea. And I saw this satellite photograph of the Bahama Bank, and I was like, wow, there's the sunken island right there.
Be super cool if that was really a thing, Jim. I mean, that is awesome looking, right?
Mm-hmm.
That looks great.
There's nothing worse than the feeling you get when you're being played. It's happened to all of us at one time or another. Someone assures you that something is a fact, and they tell you they've done all the research. They know. And so you believe them. But then things start to come out that make you wonder if you accepted their claims a little too readily. Well, that happens with ancient history too. If you listen to some of the videos out there, you would think that it is mainstream history that is doing all the lying, the professors and the academics. Well, that's what they want you to think. There are charlatans on the internet, here on YouTube, even on Netflix, who in their efforts to get attention and make some money will try to take advantage of people's lack of knowledge about history to feed them rotten, stinking lies. We're going to talk about some of the common ones in this video. Maybe they will surprise you.
This is David Miano. David Miano is a historian that has a YouTube channel called World of Antiquity. I was commenting on David's video, Lies Told by Atlantis Proponents. And I brought up the fact that Plato says over and over again in the dialogue that Atlantis is real. It is not a myth. Plato says over and over again in the dialogues that it is real. He's saying, then listen, Socrates, to a tale which, though strange, is certainly true. Very good. And what is this ancient famous action of the Athenians which Critias declared on the authority of Solon not to be a mere legend, but an actual fact? Atlantis. Tell us, said the other, the whole story and how and from whom Solon heard this veritable tradition. What does veritable mean? Definition of veritable: being in fact the thing named and not false, unreal, or imaginary. And David responded to me that you must distinguish between the author of a story and the characters within the story. Let's
What the
think of a
fuck?
story like The Wizard of Oz. Just because Dorothy says the yellow brick road is real, it doesn't make it so. And no matter how many facts that I could provide within the dialogue, they're always going to say it's a story that somebody made up.
Well, you know, if you break down the word history, it's his story.
His story. Yep. His story. Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, my God.
If I told you I was looking for the Wizard of Oz, you might think I was crazy. Would it be the same if I told you I was looking for Atlantis? Would you think I was crazy? But is there a difference between the two? There is. One features individuals who are made up, and one features individuals who are actual historical figures. The question is, did these historical figures have actual historical conversations? Let's see how David Miano explains this.
Sounds to me like David Biano's a piece of shit rebooting history. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. The guy's a piece of shit.
These are not Plato's lectures, nor Plato's historical works. They are Plato's dramas, in which characters in imaginative discussions spur readers to philosophical activity. Plato himself never speaks or even appears in any of his dialogues. Instead, Socrates does. But even though Socrates was a real person, it's unlikely that he engaged, historically speaking, in these actual conversations.
Did you hear him say that it's unlikely that Socrates engaged in these conversations? Why didn't he say Socrates never engaged in these conversations? Because he can't say that. Because he doesn't know. Nobody does. And as long as it's unlikely, it's not impossible, it's unlikely.
Am I being too dismissive? I mean, couldn't these dialogues be transcripts of actual conversations that happened in real life? It seems highly improbable that Plato, as a youth, would have taken down a transcript of Socrates' conversations in some kind of shorthand, planning to write them into a book decades later. The idea of making transcripts of conversations is a modern concept anyway. Moreover, looking at Plato's dialogues as a whole, it would be amazing if Socrates had so many conversations with so many famous historical figures. It's more reasonable to conclude that the dialogues were a vehicle through which Plato could propound his own philosophical
God, I
views,
hate fucking
rather than
academia,
simply a
Jim.
way
I
for
hate
him
him.
to repeat things that Socrates taught. So that's how we know it's fiction.
That's how we know.
So, if there's anything that I'd like for you to remember from this video, it is that these dialogues accounted by Plato could actually be real historical conversations. I'm afraid that in David Miano would argue until our faces were turned both blue. My proposal is to get the archaeologists and the historians and all the researchers on the YouTube channels in one submarine or in one expedition, and let's go look and research the areas that we have not looked into yet. all the places that are barred in Egypt, all the places that haven't been explored yet, and find out for ourselves. Do it on live TV so that we may all know and find out what is the truth. And the good news is, I believe the truth shall always come to the surface. It's just a matter of time.
I like that, Jim. It's
Yeah,
very good.
that was good.
It's good. Very good. Those are the sunken ruins off Q. Yeah. But that's made by water. Rebooting history. We know that that can't be true. That nothing was there before, Jim. Let's go ahead and play Randall.
Can you depart from Plato's account? How many details do you have to change before you're not really even talking about Atlantis anymore? You know, either the specific details, demonstrable details,
Here is a link
are
to
going to
Rebooting
match
History's
Plato's account,
other
or
channel.
they're not going to. And if they don't, then let's not call it Atlantis. There may be, there may be some very interesting work being done. For example, the as we discussed earlier, the collapse of the Minoan culture on Crete and its possible connection to the eruption of Santorini, the volcano on the island that blew up with tremendous force and caused huge tsunamis and general destruction around the Aegean region there of the Mediterranean. So that is a very interesting and worthwhile study. But is it Atlantis? Well, I mean, clearly, in that first major detail that Plato gives of it being, west of the Pillars of Heracles, well, you've abandoned it. So, I mean, from there on, and how that was accomplished was by assuming, because Terra erupted around 960 BC. I believe. Let's see. Let me think. Yeah, it was around that time. So, compared to the 9,600 BC of Solar of the date given for Atlantis. See, because let's talk about the dating for a minute. We'll come back to that because I can show the actual quotes. But according to the Egyptian priests who were talking to Solon, the events that they're describing occurred 9,000 years prior. Well, given that Solon's journey to Egypt took place roughly around 600 BC, you do the arithmetic and you come up with 11,600 years ago, or about 9,000 years prior to Solon's exile. So the assumption is, in order to make Santorini work, the assumption is as well, Plato somehow got his power of 10 mixed up, and what he thought was 9,000 years, or the Egyptian priest, somebody in there got confused, probably Plato or a translator later, and what was supposed to be 900 years became 9,000 years. So then if you do that, now you got to change two major details. You got to, you got to go be way wildly off on the timing, and, you have to now go east instead of west.
Right.
So, but that's not to say that that whole event isn't very important, because it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the two guys on the top left are the Brothers of the Serpent.
Yeah,
they got a good channel. They're very interesting, and I think the guy in top right is like a producer for Randall.
they both
Goes on
are
trip.
always with Randall when he does these videos, right? I mean, they're always commenting and stuff.
Quite a lot.
bit,
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
So
Doesn't he also kind of mention those? Doesn't he give the timeline like multiple times in the dialogues? And so you not only have to say you made a mistake, but he did it, but he replicated it like twice or something like that.
I think maybe 3 times. He references the timing. So somebody had to screw up 3 different times in the translation or whatever in order to get that to work. But here's I think the work that was played the greatest role in shifting the emphasis, let's say, from a mid-Atlantic region to everywhere else, was this work that came out in 1978 called Atlantis Atlantis Fact or Fiction. And there was an important article in there, and it's a good read. I don't concur with the conclusion.
Yeah.
But basically it was that this Dorothy B. Vitaliano, who was really a volcanologist with the United States Geological Survey, and she was the editor and one of the contributing authors to this book, Atlantis, Fact or Fiction. And the title of her chapter, her contribution was Atlantis from the Geologic Point of View. And here's the point she makes, and I quote from the book: "Inasmuch as all references to Atlantis stem from Plato and no other source, in deciding whether it is fact or fiction, or to put it another way, whether it is legend or myth, we are faced with three options. We can take everything Plato says quite literally, or we can take his words seriously, but not literally, or we can take Atlantis as purely and simply his invention."
Yeah.
So my approach to it was, well, what happens if we take every detail of Plato literally?
Yeah.
Not that I'm...
Okay, I just wanted to pull this up for a second. This is from a website called The Archaeologist, and it says, search for Atlantis separating fact from fiction. And it says, the lost city of Atlantis is a legendary island nation first mentioned by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful advanced civilization that existed around 9,000 years before his own time, or around 11,000 years ago. The city was said to be located beyond the Pillars of Heracles, which is believed to be the Straits of Gibraltar, and was described as a utopia with advanced technology and highly organized society. Despite the fact that there was...
Hey, guys who like Sheelys, do you think we could build pyramids today? Because he's saying the idea of Atlantis being a super advanced society by today's standards is off.
I don't know. Some of that stonework and some of the pyramids and in Peru and stuff, I don't know how we would... I don't know how we would do that today. I really don't.
They don't even try. I mean, if they could, they would. But they
some of them stones, some of the stonework the old stonework in Egypt has... It's so tightly put together. I don't know. We don't. I mean,
if you think we could easily,
no, maybe one stone we could take 2 pieces of stone, get them perfectly cut and put it like that. But you're talking about thousands and hundreds of thousands of stones fit together perfectly, so close fitted together
to a peak.
You can't get
facing perfectly north.
Yeah, you can't get a hair. I mean, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that there is no concrete evidence to prove the existence of Atlantis, the story of the lost city has captivated the imaginations of people for centuries. Many historians, archaeologists, and explorers have searched for the lost city, but to no avail. However, that has not stopped theories and speculations from arising out of where the city could have been located and what caused its downfall. One theory suggests that Atlantis was located in the Mediterranean, possibly the island of Santorini in Greece. This theory is based on the fact that Santorini experienced a massive volcanic eruption around 1600 BCE, which would have caused the destruction of any civilization on the island. Additionally, the island of Crete, which is located just south of Santorini, was home to the Minoan civilization, which was a highly advanced society that existed around the same time period as Plato's Atlantis. Well, no, that's not the same time period. That's 1600 BCE. Not 10,000 BCE,
right.
9,000.
11,600, yeah.
Yeah. Another theory suggests that Atlantis was located in the Atlantic Ocean, possibly on the island of Antilla, which is located off the coast of Portugal. This theory is based on the fact that the name Atlantis is derived from the Greek word Atlantis, which... Wow, the word Atlantis is derived from Atlantis. Did you know that?
Wow. No.
I wonder if that's why we call it the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, who gave it the name? Who named it the Atlantic Ocean? Where does that name come from? The Greeks?
Yeah.
Anyway, or it says Atlantis, which means island of Atlas. So maybe it was the Atlas Ocean. I don't know. Furthermore, the island of Antia is said to have been sighted by ancient navigators, which referred to it as the island of seven cities. Yet another theory suggests that Atlantis was located in the Americas, possibly in the region of South America or Mexico. This theory is based on the fact that ancient civilizations such as the Maya and Inca developed advanced societies in these regions around the same time period as Plato's Atlantis. Furthermore, some ancient texts from these civilizations make reference to a great flood, which could have been the cause of the destruction of Atlantis.
The problem with that is the people in Atlantis fought the Greeks.
No,
And
they
it
didn't.
makes- Well, they were no.
They were way before the Greeks.
No, they were no. I watched the video like today. They were talking about how Atlantis lost a war to one of those civilizations.
No,
over
to
there.
the civilization of Mu or something like that. Or
They said Greeks. That's what the video. That's all I'm saying. Is what the video said. The point they were making, though, is for it to be this far west doesn't make sense to what the story says about Atlantis and where it was located. That's all I'm saying.
well, no, because I mean the Greeks as a people weren't around 10,000 years ago. I don't know where they were, but they weren't Greeks. They were something else.
Dude, I'm just telling you what the fucking video said. I mean, the Greeks is a vague term. I know. I'm sorry, man. I'm just saying what the video said. I'm sorry.
Well, I saw a video that said there was like a nuclear war between Atlantis and this other culture, Lemurians or the Muse or something, that caused all this bad stuff to happen. I think that was on the Y-Files.
Yeah, but he debunked it. Yeah,
Yeah.
he debunked it.
Anyway, but we could go back to Randall.
No, it's fine. I just.
Or do you know what that video was? You want to get it?
I'll look. You go ahead and watch. I'll play
Okay.
it.
Necessarily going to say that is the final or correct or correct interpretation. But let's just see what would happen if we took every detail literally.
Right.
As much as possible. So what they then did in this work was they referred back to the book that was published in 1882 that was written by Ignatius Donnelly. And Ignatius Donnelly was a congressman from Minnesota who was very interested in, ancient traditions, and literally he ran for Congress, was elected to Congress from Minnesota, and his primary motive in doing that was to be able to get to the Library of Congress, where he spent all of his free time when he wasn't engaged in his congressional duties. And as a result of this research, exhaustive research he did in the Library of Congress, he wrote 2 books. The first one was Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. Second was Ragnarok, the Age of Fire and Gravel. So in Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, he looks at all of these different possible sources of information and data and evidence that could be most logically explained by hypothesizing this mid-Atlantic civilization, right?
All right,
Then
I'm going to
in
play this video,
Ragnarok,
Jen. I found it. Hopefully they don't ding me. This is the 5th kind. They made a video about Atlantis called Plato's Lost City of Atlantis.
In 2,000 years, scholars of antiquity have been puzzling over Plato's descriptions of the island nation and empire of Atlantis. Questions continue to fascinate researchers and explorers to this day. Was Atlantis a real place, or merely a literary device, a warning against pride and hubris? How could a civilization with the strength to maintain a maritime empire and to threaten Greece's security have simply disappeared? Why is there no mention of Atlantis in any ancient text other than Plato's?
We talked about that earlier, right? Because it got destroyed.
Well, it could have got destroyed, or because when Atlantis was destroyed was before Greek society, as a civilization existed.
Right.
Because when the story is when Solon went to Egypt, they said, "You Greeks are young. You don't know anything. There was this older society before us, Atlantis, that was our
That
mother
taught us what we
civilization.
know. Right.
That taught us what we know. That was before us. That was great. But before the Greeks even existed. So that's why they were in no position to challenge the Greeks, because it was thousands of years before Greek society existed.
Right.
Where was this island capital located? And what could possibly obliterate this famed nation, as Plato asserted, within a night and a day? These questions have taken geological researchers all around the world, from Morocco to Indonesia, from Bolivia to the North Sea, from the Mediterranean to the Sahara, all in search of Atlantis.
Yeah, but they didn't say the Atlantic Ocean. That's odd.
Still, the majority of commentators regard Plato's description as nothing more than literary fiction, a salutary tale against national pride and military hubris.
Plato certainly uses fiction in his writings. Nobody takes his dialogues as a verbatim recollection of an actual conversation. But Plato was real, and his subject Socrates was real. Plato's skill and passion in getting across Socrates' teaching is real. And in his dialogues, Plato certainly appeals to events in real-world history. Now, when we come to his long description of Atlantis in Timaeus and Critias, to me, it just doesn't bear the marks of pure fiction. Plato's references to higher beings, or gods, and to beings who are hybrids of gods and humans, are taken by some to be evidence that his Atlantean narratives are pure fiction. Yet we find similar references in the texts of other ancient cultures who pepper their ancient histories with mention of similar entities.
It's true, right, Jim?
Yep.
I mean, got the Anunnaki and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Many people think of Plato's description of Atlantis as if he's describing some kind of a utopia, but that's really not the case. Atlantis has an army. It goes to war. It was, he said, an enemy of prehistoric Athens, but that Athens...
See, I told you,
prehistoric Athens.
Okay. Still Greece. Same
defeated
area.
it. So it's not a utopia. And Plato's descriptions of it are so full of details that have nothing to do with advancing a story of national hubris or pride comes before a fall, which is often how people interpret Atlantis when they want to say it is a fiction. Now, Plato said that this information had been obtained from ancient Egyptian priests who had relayed the information to an ancient Greek legislator called Solon. And once again, that is a real person in real history. For me, those are all details that point to Atlantis being a real culture in real world history.
He speaks well, I think. He's being pretty fair.
What really sparked the modern quest for Plato's Atlantis was the discovery in 1868.
But Peter, he's our
of the
only
ancient-
account. Peter, he's the only guy that has an account of Atlantis. Right, Jim? Plato's the
No,
only
there's
person.
no,
He's the
no,
only
no,
guy
no,
that
no.
ever wrote- He's the only guy that ever wrote it down.
No, it's in Egyptian history too. They found it when they.
Did they find it written?
Yes, when that's what the whole the Rosetta Stone that helped them decipher the stuff in the temple that talked about Atlantis and all the kings going back.
Don't
They
yell,
had
don't yell.
kings list.
Don't be my wife right now.
I'm not yelling. Am I yelling?
You're getting excited. Athens is a shithole. I've never been there. The count wasn't in Egypt for 9,000 years. Right. I know, but so you're saying it's deciphered in Egyptian texts?
Yes.
Atlantis is?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. That's awesome. I mean, I'd like to watch that fucking video.
Ancient and mythical city of Troy. For centuries, the academic consensus was that Troy was the literary creation of Homer, a Greek author who predated Plato by at least 500 years. In his work, The Iliad, Homer details the Trojan War and the 10-year siege on the city of Troy. Most scholars read these works as pure fiction, yet a few commentators quietly wondered if the fiction might be threaded through with real history of real places and real-world events. Plato's references to higher beings or gods and to beings who are hybrids of gods and humans are taken by some to be evidence that his Atlantean narratives are pure fiction. Yet similar references can be found in the texts of other historic cultures, who pepper their ancient histories with mention of similar entities. The wide consensus that Troy was no more than fiction was dealt a fatal blow when in 1868, a 46-year-old German archaeologist, Heinrich Schliemann, discovered the mythical city of Troy.
The way Heinrich Schliemann set about locating Troy was simply to make a checklist from all the geographic markers that Homer had placed in his narratives and use them as a guide to get him to the location. That's the discovery that's given energy to today's explorers.
That's pretty unbelievable, right? Like, this guy just read the geographic locations that the guy pointed out in the story, and this guy from Germany found it. Pretty interesting.
To do the same with Atlantis in Plato's writing. Identify all the geographic and geological markers in Plato's text, and then follow the clues, and we'll meet in Atlantis.
One of the most distinctive geological markers of Atlantis was the structure of the port city. Looking across Atlantis from a height, one would see a central island surrounded by concentric circles of land, separated by seawater. The circles of land were connected.
Do they ever talk about the population of Atlantis, Jim? Because it doesn't look like it's got a huge population.
Quite large, though. I mean, the picture is deceiving.
I think they say it's supposed to be 36 kilometers big. In one of the videos I watched, like, that's, what they say.
By a bridge, and the outer moat allowed a passage south to the Atlantic. Geologists have identified this as the natural shape of an island formed by an undersea volcanic eruption, solidified and then modified by erosion. The remains of one such structure can be found in the Aegean Sea at the Greek island of Santorini, home to the ancient Minoan culture. In 1913 and 1917, K.T. Frost and E.S. Balch proposed that the story of Atlantis and its catastrophic demise might relate to the ancient history of the Minoan civilization on Santorini. Archaeological searches in...
They're basically saying that Atlantis was the place, but the Minoans were the civilization that lived in Atlantis.
Yeah, but that throws the time frame off by 9,000 years.
Right.
The region have demonstrated that the ancient Minoan culture was advanced in civil engineering with plumbing, airflow management, multi-story buildings, and earthquake-resistant design. Santorini may well have been home to a maritime empire with the force to pit itself against ancient mainland Greece, which, according to Plato, was exactly what Atlantis did. Historically, Santorini was indeed wiped out by a single major cataclysm, a volcanic eruption in the 2nd millennium BCE. Could Santorini have been the inspiration behind Plato's Atlantis? Santorini was a developed maritime power. The remaining built structures of the city of Akrotiri on Santorini reveal a degree of sophistication that may well have rivaled the civic environment of pre-ancient.
It's unbelievable how old this stuff is, Jim, and it survives. Like, I mean, I just think everything in America is shit compared to the way they built this shit back then. Like, if I left my house and nobody ever looked at it again in 10 years, the fucking weeds and just nature would take over this fucking wood and plywood house. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just garbage compared to this stuff.
Ancient Athens. However,
wood and siding and brick, fucking shit.
It is difficult to correlate the geological clues that Plato claimed for Atlantis. The concentric circles of the Atlantean capital cannot be identified. Crete, rather than Santorini, was the local center of power. Santorini did not sink under the waves of the Atlantic. It was buried in the Aegean Sea by a volcanic eruption.
Oh, it's a completely different sea. All right, I get it.
Furthermore, Santorini's timeline does not match the dates that Plato claimed for Atlantis.
You said that, Jim.
Neither is it opposite the location almost universally accepted for the Pillars of Hercules.
One of the key geographic markers that Plato gave was that he placed Atlantis, which with the capital city and associated islands, he said was a landmass a little larger than modern-day Libya. And he placed it beyond and opposite the Pillars of Hercules, across from the Pillars of Hercules, he said, or Heracles, as the ancient Greeks would say. Now, those pillars were understood by the ancient Greeks to refer to the two towering promontories that flank the entrance to the Strait of Gibraltar. And Greek legend tells the story of Heracles marking the edge, the western edge of the known world. Beyond that was the unknown world. And that would place Atlantis not in Santorini, but somewhere to the west, in the North Atlantic, to the west of Spain and Northwest Africa.
But how far west? Evidences of ancient cities lost in the terrain and under the coastal waters of South America have led some to locate Atlantis in modern-day Amazonia, Bolivia, or off the coast of Cuba.
There you go, Jim. Cuba. We've heard that recently, right?
I say the Azores.
Right.
But for an ancient maritime people to advance a naval attack on Athens from Cuba or Bolivia would not appear in the least feasible.
But Tim, you're saying that didn't happen, right? Like,
I don't know how. I mean, you're talking about 9,000 years before Solon was when it went under the water. So why would
Right. Right. Okay. I got you. I know what you're saying.
Cuba is one of a number of locations on planet Earth whose coastal waters have submerged the cities of a previous culture. The island of Malta famously has these deep tracks embedded in stone that lead something onto land that is now thousands of feet underwater.
Thousands of feet, Jim? Holy shit.
I don't know about thousands of feet. But
Jesus.
Off the coast of Yonaguni-jima in Japan and in the Gulf of Cambay off the coast of India, under 25 to 36 meters of water, scientists have...
That's all done by water erosion, right, Jim? This cannot be a civilization, right?
Oh.
We talked about this earlier. The water made this happen. Yeah.
Have discovered the remains of streetscapes and cityscapes that would have been above sea level no more recently than 10,000 years ago. So there's no shortage of evidence for a...
Well, that doesn't make sense either, Jim, because weren't we just hunter-gatherers? Like, well,
I would think maybe after there was this massive cataclysm that wiped out all the civilizations, that everyone that was left was hunter-gatherers because that's all they could do to survive.
Yeah.
There were small bands, and then they just started to expand from there. You know, and then somehow this go Debly Tep, what the fuck?
Göbekli Temple.
Whatever the fuck it is, the one in
Yeah.
Turkey.
Yeah.
Where'd that come from?
Right.
That just appeared.
Well, I don't mind believing historians, guy who likes Shilise, as long as when new information comes out, they take it and they actually give it some thought before they say, no, it can't be true. It can't be true. Because they just have to be right. Because maybe they have a paper, right, Jim? They have a paper that they wrote on this shit.
Yeah, and they peer reviewed it with their other friends.
Right.
And they said, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Yeah. Oh,
Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli
Yes.
Tepe.
Yeah.
Göbekli.
Not temple. Tepe. Yes.
Civilization
I've only said it 1,000 times in my brain watching these shows.
long predating our own. So while these places are fascinating and certainly important because it tells us there's a huge gap in our knowledge of our ancestry and our ancient past,
Very true.
they're not
Very true.
Plato's Atlantis. They're just in the wrong place.
But they exist, and that's the coolest part, Jim. Like, all these people are looking for Atlantis, and they're just finding these places that are buried under the sea for thousands and thousands of years. That's the coolest part about this, and that's why when historians don't accept these, they say it's erosion from water, dude. It's like, stop, just stop, cut the shit.
Plato's geographic clues have led some explorers to the coastal regions of Spain and northwest Africa.
Is that where the Azores
But
are?
what did the
No,
northwest
the Azores are
African
right on the
coastline
North
look like
Atlantic Ridge in the
11
center
and a
of the
half
Atlantic
millennia
Ocean.
ago
Okay.
at the time of Atlantis? What tectonic shifts might have altered the lie of the land and the perimeter of the oceans? Plato's description of an earthquake and a tsunami certainly hint at a cataclysm of global proportions. Viewed from space, the western coast of Mauritania bears the unmistakable scars of an immense deluge. A wash of sand and silt has immersed a huge section of land spanning from the North Atlantic to the interior of what is now the Sahara Desert. Land that is now well above sea level was once underwater. Accordingly, the desert floor is scattered with the remains of marine animals, their skeletons and shells a testament to the land's oceanic past. Here in 2008, Natalis Rosen and George S. Alexander began to investigate an anomaly in the Mauritanian landscape, a structure within the Eye of Africa, the Richat structure. Concentric rims of land, alternating with deep troughs, correspond with the unusual shape of Atlantis. With the land lower or the sea level higher, the correlations with Atlantis become clearer. Other clues
That is
in
a pretty
Plato's
freaky
text
anomaly, Jim.
find correlations here. The white,
Do you not think
red,
it's there? Do you not think it was there?
I don't think it's there. It's just it doesn't match with the description of how to get there.
It's very, and it's like, I have no idea how big the canal was going to the Atlantis that Plato was describing, but this seems very far inland to me, right? Like, it's not close to the coastline in the Sahara. It's pretty deep inside the country. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay.
and black stone, springs of salt water, and one of fresh water. The preponderance of elephant remains, mountains, rivers, and a plateau to the north. A landlock of prehistoric mud, silt, and sand between the structure and the waters of the Atlantic.
That's hundreds of miles away from the ocean.
Right. That's a long ass way. That's like a 2-day journey in a boat, right? Or a day and a half journey. I mean, or a ship.
Oh, whoa, longer than that.
Yeah. Well, it's not like it's a raging sea, but if there's no wind, you're fucked, right? I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, you're talking about going 4 or 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Rosen and Alexander show that the scale of the Richat structure corresponds with the measurements Plato gave for the Atlantean capital. They show that the outer ring has a diameter of 23.5 kilometers. This matches the 127 stadia of Plato's texts. Critics suggest that this measurement doesn't take account of the full extent of the Richat structure, which appears to be significantly larger, 35 to 50 kilometers. Yet the structure...
Well, that's kind of fucked. 35 to 50? You couldn't narrow it down any more than that, Jim? 15 kilometers
I
difference?
think it's where you depend on where you measure it from.
Right. With the shaft.
I mean, you can see with your eyes, those circles aren't concentric.
Right. But they said also Plato's description of the inner ring. And then these guys are saying, well, you're not taking into account the outer ring at this measurement. Well, that's not what Plato said. Plato said something different.
Structure is rimmed by mountains on the north side, landlocked by a morass of sand and silt, just as Plato had described. It's abutted by a plateau and extends to what may have been a passageway to the sea. All powerful correlations. But is Mauritania the right location? Plato's phrase, beyond the pillars of Heracles, suggests a location beyond the known world. Even an underwater Mauritania would have been immediately adjacent to the northwest African mainland. Furthermore, the orientation of the Richat structure is not to the north and south, as Plato said, but to the southwest, and the abutting plain doesn't match the details given by Plato. The area of ancient mud, silt, and sand pose no imaginable obstacle to the navigability of the region at the time of Plato, contrary to his claims about the aftermath of Atlantis. And if the Richat structure is the remnant of Atlantis, where are the remains of the street systems and megalithic structures? Where is...
All right, guy who likes Sheelys, has anybody gone out here and done LiDAR? And yeah, I've heard people talk about they would like to do it, but it's such an expensive thing. This is what I don't know. Like, that's why I hate dealing with this stuff, because, you know, this is why it's called Theory Thursdays, right? Like, is this real or not? Did Atlantis exist or not? Yeah, it might have, but maybe it was a different culture, like he was talking about earlier, that other society, but it didn't match the timeline of Plato. I just, like, I don't, you know, it gets frustrating after a while. We don't know. Like, exactly, Peter Wells. But you know what's good is to keep our mind open. I mean, if we close our mind, then we're never going to accept, you know, new ideas into our life. And I'm 56 fucking years old. I mean, I should be to the point where I'm just an old crotchety old man, but I'm willing to listen to other people's theories because, man, life's too short. Let's go out here and learn something new. Because I'm just a big fucking dummy. The whole chat knows I'm a big dummy.
The evidence that an advanced civilization ever called this place home.
Under the coastal waters of Cuba, Malta, the Gulf of Cambay, the remains of the cities are still there. Streets, steps, buildings, temples, all present and visible even after 10,000 years under the sea. Wouldn't something similar remain, even if flattened and scattered, around the Richat structure? When we look at the timing of the demise of this previous civilization, of which Plato's Atlantis, if it existed, was a part, it corresponds with the timing of the most recent extinction-level event on planet Earth that we know of. Pioneering scientists like Richard Firestone of the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory and Albert Goodyear of the University of Southern Carolina, James Kennett at the University of California, really stuck their neck out with this thesis, but it's now part of a growing scientific consensus that our planet was indeed impacted by the exploding fragments of a massive asteroid, which 12,800 years ago obliterated the Clovis civilization on North America. It extincted 70% of that continent's megafauna. It would have triggered sky fires and tsunamis around the world, blanketing the planet in a pall of dust and ash and soot. What's known as the Clovis Comet plunged the northern half of planet Earth back into an ice age even more severe than the one we'd just been emerging from. And at that time, the future of humanity itself would have hung in the balance. So it isn't hard to conceive of an island nation experiencing seismic disturbances and then disappearing under the waves, just as Plato said of Atlantis. The impact of the Clovis Comet, its fragments, and the planetary changes that followed give an explanation of why coastal cities adjacent to Cuba, Malta, Japan, India are now under up to 36 meters of seawater.
We call
Why do you hate his shirt so much? I like his shirt. His shirt is just so not US, Jim. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, he probably lives in Egypt or somewhere over there. That I don't hate the guy's shirt. Lethal Burrito wants to punch him. Oh my God. This guy's shirt is out of fucking control. I know, but man, if you had one guy, like we wear Hawaiian shirts, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
That guy watches our videos. I got a few Hawaiian shirts upstairs in my closet. Do you have any?
Yeah.
Do you wear them?
Yeah.
But not on stream, right?
Not on stream, no.
No.
I wear them on my boat.
Salsa and chips again, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
For Kevin.
Well, yeah. Very good
All
point.
this moment the Younger Dryas Cold period, a period whose effects continued until
This is
11.
a good video, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's very good.
I don't hate it, right? Except the shirt. Did you mute yourself, or did you answer me?
Who, me? I didn't hear you say anything. Your internet is breaking up.
Fuck. Let me change it again. Am I good now? Nope. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Do you like this video? It's pretty good, right? It's being open-minded, fair, bringing
Really
up
good.
different regions and making this guy with the bad shirt. The wine is totally fine. This dude needs a reckoning.
I think his shirt is more African or something.
It's African, Egyptian.
It's got like
it's
Kenti. It's like a Kenti cloth or whatever they call it.
yeah. At least the guy's got an open mind, and he's giving us. He's not being the guy that knows everything. He's like, it doesn't. If his writings are true, then this could possibly be. And that's what you want from these videos. You don't want somebody that just knows it, and you're not going to win the argument because he knows it. Luke Blanche, I hear, not queer, love conspiracies. And it's, I was saying this earlier, Jim. It gets very frustrating with this stuff because you really want to believe that Atlantis existed, right? I mean, because why didn't it? I mean, why didn't it exist? I mean, with all, we were talking earlier about the mummies, right? And over in South America, they have older mummies than they do in
Right.
Egypt,
Well, why
right?
wouldn't you? We know scientifically proven fact that the ocean rose over 400 feet at the exact time when Solon claims that Atlantis got
Existed.
subsided under the
Right.
water. So
Right. Exactly. But yeah, exactly.
7,600 years ago, a massive meteorite crater beneath the ice fields of Greenland's Hiawatha Glacier measures 31 kilometers in diameter
Jesus.
and may correspond with the timing of the Younger Dryas. Extinctions of megafauna included woolly rhinos and mammoths, mastodons, and saber-toothed.
Do mainstream archaeologists even talk about megafauna? Because I never heard about megafauna one time in school. Never did they teach us that.
I
shit.
think they were on this. They said that the Clovis culture hunted them all to extinction. They called it like overkill. That's what they were trying to claim.
Like
for
the
years.
Indians killed all the buffalo and all that
Right.
shit. Okay.
Well, it was the white man that killed all the buffalo. But we had trains and guns.
I love Giorgio's hair from Ancient Aliens. I love it, but he says this guy's shirt with Giorgio's hair would be insane, and Lethal says, "Don't set me off, Kevin."
Toothed tigers in North America and Europe, the giant sloth in South America, and enormous versions of buffalo, zebra, and wildebeest on the African subcontinent. Might the Richat structure correspond with Plato's Atlantis? Or does its orientation and position misalign with Plato?
You missed this, Jim. So Plato says the orientation was north for the canal, but this place is southwest, and that's why they're kind of going, yeah, it doesn't really match up.
Plato's description.
But it could be one of the sub kingdoms for Atlantis, in my opinion.
It could be.
Might its burial in salt and ocean sand have all been part of a wider cataclysm triggered by the Clovis comet?
I did not know about the glacier in Greenland, Jim, with a 31-kilometer fucking impact. Did you know about that?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Megalithic structures and other questions unanswered. One has to ask, is it even in the right location?
Plato's phrase, placing Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Heracles, would more probably locate Atlantis somewhere in the mid-North Atlantic. Well, what has been found there that might give evidence that Atlantis was a real place? And why does it matter? If we now have evidence of ancient cities under seawater all around the world, and it's incontrovertible that there was a previous civilization, previous cultures that we really don't know very much about, if we've got all that to explore, then what?
All right. I'm going to pause it here real quick, Jim, so that Lethal Burrito can go get his fucking 1911. Stare at this shirt for like a minute. I got to go use a restroom real quick. All right.
Okay.
Talk to the chat while you're eating your chips.
Okay. How's it going, chat? What's new? Julio says, I met the Ancient Alien guys at a concert in Montreal. Dude was chill as fuck. Yeah, he seems chill as fuck. Like, I don't know. A lot of times I think he's on mushrooms or something, but he seems super cool. Peter Watts, I heard about Indians stampeding buffaloes off cliff edges. Is that real? It's possible. I mean, why would they lie? Why would they lie about doing stuff like that? You know? I saw a video today I was going to share earlier, but I don't know about YouTube's terms of service of somebody celebrating the 4th of July up in Alaska where they strapped a bunch of explosives to a feral hog and then shot it and exploded. It was interesting to say the least. So, as far as Atlantis, I mean, I think Atlantis is real. I believe it, just too many things line up, you know. All the megalithic structures around the world that nobody really knows who built them. All the, you know, the story from Solon that just happens to coincide to when all this water went rushing into the ocean. And I don't believe what the government tells us. So I think that makes a good case for why Atlantis is real. I mean, maybe the real thing is that, well, they don't know if it actually was Atlantis. Maybe it was called something else and that name is different. Well, then, who knows? Because things change. Different names change things. So maybe it wasn't called Atlantis. Maybe it was called something else.
Right.
It's been modernized to Atlantis.
Like, right. That's a good point. Because you got to think that fucking Plato was 240 years after Solon. Like, I'm sure the language changed in 240 years in that culture at that point. I mean, look at our country. We're what, 250 years old almost?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, and look at how much most people don't know about our own history.
Or our own fucking language. Our language has changed so much since we, were, a country starting out. So that's true. I was just thinking.
Look at the word gay.
Or fag.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, fag's a British word that relates to a cigarette or whatever, right?
Or a bundle of sticks or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I was just thinking, you know what? Every Theory Thursday, I was thinking if we get $50 on super chats for the night, the next day we should do another Theory Friday, because I love these streams. These streams are fun. It's such a relief not having to talk about gay ass bullshit like pop culture stuff, because this stuff's more fun to me. I'm thinking that, maybe we make that our goal every Theory Thursday. I've never made $50 in super chats in one night. Close. But if we get there, then we'll just do it the following night. That'll be fun.
Why is
And we're going
Plato's
to get this guy back on with these crazy shirts that drives Burrito crazy.
forgotten city still important? Why does it matter to people? And if its only historical reference is to be found in Plato's writings, how important can it be? What exactly is a stake?
Oh, there's another good shirt. Oh, that's a bad one, Jim.
Yeah.
Is that a fig leaf? Yeah, or that's some kind of leaf or something on his shirt.
Mm.
And aren't fig leaves pretty big over there in Africa? Don't they grow a lot of figs over there?
Richard Freund, professor of archaeology at the University of Hartford, has been investigating archaeological sites in southern Spain that point to a culture with a memory of
Jim,
Atlantis.
We got to pick a topic for tomorrow
Using
night. Thank you, Enmato, for the $50. Holy shit. Oh, my God. We will be back tomorrow night doing another conspiracy theory show. This is great. Thank you, Enmato. That was I got to put the camera on me.
Put his name on his board.
Yeah, I got to put the camera on me real quick. I'm going to pull the board over so that he can see me. Hey, shut up, dogs. So, Enmato's already on the board twice for $220. But here we go again. I'm going to do this one in green, Enmato. This is my second 50. Low water mark gave me a 50 before, but here we go. In Motto. It's actually July 5th now. 50. 7. Oops. 7, 5, 24. There you go, man. Thank you for the $50 in Motto. Zhen Wong for 5 Australian says, my pitch, Theory Thursdays for more scientific discussions, Freaky Friday for more woo-woo stuff like Ancient Aliens. Good idea, because I like it all. This is what I watch on YouTube most of the time, Jim.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
I watch a lot of this stuff. But thank you for the 50 yen motto. Very, very generous. Thank you for the 5 Jin Wong. Yeah, that's a good idea. Tomorrow night we'll do some woo-woo stuff. Yeah, we'll do some. Yeah, that'd be good. Look into the growing Earth. I like the hollow Earth theory. I like that stuff, Jim, because I'm just not convinced that there's a fucking molten core in our planet. Who the fuck knows that? How could they know that? It's 13,000 miles to the center of the Earth. This is all bullshit that they're saying because we have volcanoes. So tired of the Reichart structure, and Atlantis is in the Mediterranean. Says cryptic conversions. Yeah. What's up, Niobe? I'll look into that, Dan. Oh, and by the way, guys, if you guys want to join and talk about this stuff with me and Jim, please hit me up at RazorDave68 on Twitter and follow me, and I'll send you guys a link. Yeah, love discussing this stuff, guys. I would love to bring as many people on as possible to talk about this stuff because it's interesting, and I like to hear different people's ideas and thoughts about it. So tomorrow night, we're gonna call tomorrow night Woo Woo Friday. Should we do it later again? Should we do it like at 9 o'clock again tomorrow night, guys, or would you rather be at 7? I'm gonna ask the chat. Let me do a poll. I like the 7 o'clock start time. It's pretty consistent most of the time, unless we're babysitting. I feel your pain, Jim. Like there are times when my grandson's still down here with me, and it's like, ugh, damn it, I gotta watch him until like 10 o'clock at night, and I'm live streaming. Let me add a poll. Not a fucking. I don't want a question and answer. Start a poll. Friday night start time. You don't mind what time we start, do you, Jim?
I don't mind. I mean, to me, later's better, but
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Okay, so 7 CST or 9 CST. Start the poll. There we go. Polls in the chat. Yeah, selfishly, 9 works for me too, Kevin. Gives me more time to hang out with my wife before she goes to bed. Gives me more time to just, get off work and hang out for a while. But I do 7 because I work every day and I want to get done usually at a reasonable hour. But Friday and Saturday nights, I would start at literally 11 o'clock at night on Friday and Saturday night because I got nothing to do those next days except for mow grass. Have I seen an ancient rock map from Ecuador that has Atlantis on it? No, have not. Have you seen that, Jim?
Nope, I'll look for it right now.
Yeah, please do. It's amazing. One of the biggest streams I ever had was a post EVS live stream, and there was like 200 people that just flooded into my show right after EVS. Lethal, you don't know this channel, dude. I've been up till 5 o'clock in the morning after I started at 7 many times. Many times. I've streamed for 8 or 9 hours many times and just had a good time. And I only left because my panel left. I was like, and I told the chat I'd do this shit all fucking night because I just enjoy it. Like I said last night, Jim, the first hour is the hardest, but the next fucking 7 just fly by. Yeah, so let's play that.
Technology that reads soil conductivity. Professor Freund's archaeological team
Friday, Jim,
has located a site in Doñana in western Spain, a region of mudflats, the aftermath of a prehistoric inundation. Underneath the mudflats, the team's technology revealed patterns strongly suggesting a circular buried structure, the signatures of ancient walls deep beneath the soil. A curious methane layer in the subsoil hints at a huge deposit of animal and plant life, buried and sealed in a single catastrophic event. Yet probing further under the mudflats poses an extreme technical challenge. While we await further investigation of Doñana, Spanish archaeologists have been bringing to light a unique structure 200 kilometers from the coast at a place called Canchoruano. The structure appears to serve as some kind of shrine or memorial to commemorate the ancient people's cultural heritage. Professor Freund interprets the structure as the representation in miniature of an ancient city.
You see this, Jim?
Yeah.
Located in the center of the miniature city is what appears to be a temple. Vestiges of gold, silver, and bronze found within its walls.
Holy shit, look at that. Holy shit. Let me go back 10 seconds.
Temple.
Look at this.
Vestiges of gold, silver, and bronze found within.
I mean, what the hell were they doing with this? Man. I mean, is this like wearable stuff? I mean, what is this stuff? Is this like a choke collar? Is this a bracelet up here on the top right for the woman and a double bracelet for a dude?
Those are some giant earrings. They were giants.
Are these cock rings? What is this? Man.
Than its walls.
Look at that fucking thing, dude. But we're the smartest fucking culture on earth. Now we do everything in plastic and say, yeah, that's the best you got for $200 fucking dollars. Here's your plastic fucking, toy or statue that you're buying. This is actual metal.
Plato stated that Atlantis had an industry in mining and refining 4 valuable metals. Exquisitely carved into the temple floor at Canchoruano is a unique symbol from ancient Egyptian culture, and it's the symbol of the science of refining metals.
Dude, it's the 4th till I go to bed too.
What that tells us is that the culture being memorialized at Canchoruano was built on the mining and refining of metals, what Plato said about Atlantis. Now, if that seems circumstantial, there's another carving at Canchoruano that makes the connection with Atlantis even stronger.
No.
Right at the threshold of the ancient temple is a large.
We know how to make those bronze sculptures. I mean, they were making those in the 20s and 30s, but now it's 2024 and everything's garbage, Jim. Everything's disposable.
Yep.
Everything is. Think of something you can buy right now that you think would last another fucking 2,000 years, like those gold, or 10,000 years, like those gold bracelets. Tell me something that we're producing today that could last that long.
Well, anything made out of gold would still be there because gold is completely.
Yeah, but okay, but I mean, we're the technology era. We make all this stuff to make our lives easier.
Isn't that weird too? That gold was always this thing that was sought over for millennia. That always people with gold, they treasure
that's
gold.
Not even from this planet, like
and it's it's completely inert. It does all this stuff. And they know it can do things.
It's fucking great for transmitting electricity.
Yeah, it's all this stuff, and it's soft and
has very good continuity. No, I like Sheely's. I got to get this guy in the show. He's very, very funny. But it's the best conductor, right, Phil? Like,
actually, I think silver's a better conductor.
I've seen proof that there were lighting sources back in the day. I've seen that stuff before.
Yeah, the Babylonian battery.
Yeah. They had plumbing, they had aqueducts and all that shit that, you know, we think is modern day. Just oh sure, dude. What I'll do is I'll make you a mod on my channel, guy who likes Sheely's, and then I can DM you my email address, and I can just send you a link there. How about that? How's that work for you? Because I'd like to have you on. To find the rock map, look up. So Cryptic says to find the rock map, look up ancient artifacts, Ecuador. It's a large rock with a map of the earth all over it. I think it shows MU also.
The only thing I found was some video on Facebook with some weird drawing on a rock.
Yeah,
I'll look for it. Okay.
So, so we're starting tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, Jim. Poll is over. 9 o'clock tomorrow night. All right. Close. Poll is closed. 53% want us at 9 o'clock. Oh, dude, all you need is a fucking mic. I don't care about the picture. Just if you got good sound, we're cool. And if you don't have a mic, you can get one for like, you know, almost nothing at Best Buy, and it'll sound good. Now, how do I send him a message if he's not on the stream? I can't send him a private message in. It doesn't matter. I'll just put my email.
I think you can go into your studio maybe and send him a message.
In my studio?
Yeah. Or don't you have your email address on your YouTube account or something? I don't know.
No, I'll just put it in here. It doesn't matter. It's just a burner account, right? Here's my email address, chat. If you guys want to ever email me and come on the show, if you don't have Twitter, this is my email address. And here we go. Guy who likes Sheely's. There you go. Just write that email address down and email me tomorrow, and I'll get you a link. Do you hate me, Dave? Why would I hate you, dude? I'm having a good time. I saw you on Ethan tonight saying, dude, this is the most boring Eric July shit. I was laughing my ass off because I even think Ethan's bored talking about Eric, Jim. I do. I think he's just like, I got to do this for the fucking chat. But even the chat's bored of it.
I can't find that map the guy's talking about.
Yeah. You can see North America, South America, Europe, and the island. So look up ancient artifacts, Ecuador. Is that
I
what you
did.
looked up?
Yeah.
It's a large rock with a map of the earth all over it.
This. Okay. Yeah, I see that.
Okay. I was going to say X-Ray Girl Jr. What the hell?
Large stone stele. Carved into the stone is the image of a warrior bearing an enormous metal sword. And he's guarding what looks to me like a map of Plato's Atlantis.
Maybe Mauritania merits further investigation. Maybe the coast of southern Spain. Plato's phrase, across from the pillars of Heracles, could place Atlantis further out.
I like Heracles better than Hercules, Jim.
Yeah.
I like Heracles. That sounds awesome.
Hercules, Hercules, Hercules.
I do it for you. I think he needs to go back to EVS. John and Shane, main coast with a couple of guests. General topics. Trash cast is wearing. It is wearing. And his super chats aren't flowing like they used to, Jim. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, they're down.
They're way down. And that's okay.
But I think everybody's super chats are down, honestly. I think there's a...
No. I watched Nick Rekieta do a live stream for an hour and a half and do $1,600 when he first came back.
Yeah.
Jim is getting nutty, says Dan. Jim's got to get up and wake up with his grandson at like 6 o'clock in the morning, probably, right?
Whenever he wakes up.
And you're just, hopefully he'll wake up. Does he sleep in the crib or does he have a toddler bed?
It's a crib. Well, it's a toddler bed crib thing. It's one of them combo
So he can't
ones.
get out.
He can't get out, no.
Okay. So the good thing is, though, well, what time is mom coming to get him tomorrow? Do you know?
Nah, I don't know.
Goddamn bitches, man. And this is your son's child, right?
Yes. He's out. He's been out for 2 days.
So he doesn't even know he's at his house?
Correct.
Does he hang with him when you're home during the day, or does he just like avoid him altogether?
No, when he's here, he does.
So like you couldn't like text him and say, get your fucking ass home and wake up with your son tomorrow?
You know, that would probably be a bigger hassle than it's worth.
Really?
Yeah.
I know, dude. I know. God damn it. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is your kid. This is your gene pool that's gonna hopefully do better than you're doing. I'm just yeah, maybe we will. Art Bell's just smarter than me, and Art Bell had a very good way of staying neutral. Like he was open-minded. Art Bell was very open-minded, and that's why I like the Y-Files. JJ, right? He's open-minded, but most of the time he's like, yeah, let's look at the facts. Yeah, Jim's grandson is very lucky. I'm going to say it too. So is mine, because mine lives here too. And my wife watches him every day. And when she's not watching him, I am while my daughter's working. But I'll give my daughter credit. She doesn't sit on her ass. She gets up every day and goes to work and makes good money. Yeah, good thing can't force a grown man to act like a man. Good thing grandpa is acting like a man. Yeah. And I guarantee you that's why Jim hasn't looked for a house out of state, because he's worried about his 2-year-old grandson. Even though you want to move, it's still a thought in your back of your brain, right? Like,
well, yeah, you know,
I don't trust this bitch to do the right thing every day.
Well, plus you don't know how often you'll get to see him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I never saw my grandparents growing up ever. And when I did, it was for a year because my parents were fighting, and they just fucking dropped me off with my grandparents for a year and lived there until they decided they were going to get back together.
Anyway, I got this map this guy was talking about, and calling it a map is a little bit of a stretch.
But that's their idea, man. That's what they had. I mean,
it just looks like somebody carved some circles in it. I don't know what.
Well, maybe he can explain. Phil, when you do get to grandkids, it's so much better. You think? Until the grandkid becomes your kid. Like, what the fuck? Why is this grandkid ever gone? He's always at my house. I have no kids. I'm the pull-out champ. Dude, kids are amazing. Oh, man, Phil. Like, I'd be in California. I remember, Jim, one time I'm in Huntington Beach, California at 2 o'clock in the morning. 17 hours later, I'm in fucking Walnut Ridge, Arkansas. Me and my sister being dropped off at my grandparents' house. And I didn't see my mom or dad for another fucking year. And we spent Christmas at my grandparents' house that year, dude. You know what we got for Christmas presents? Because my grandparents were so fucking poor. We got fruit baskets.
I mean, are these lines on here supposed to be like the flight paths of the alien craft?
Well, what do you think about the fucking the drawings up in down in Southern America that you can only see from space. What do you think about
Oh,
that
the
shit?
Nazca lines? Oh,
Yeah,
those are crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'd had it been. It's Atlantis. It's all Atlantis.
Is that woo woo shit there? Is that like the fucking?
No, that's not woo woo shit. I mean, those are real. They exist. I mean, it's the same as the
but is it
mounds, like
woo-woo
serpent.
because of why they were created. Were they created to bring the fucking spaceships to that area? I mean, that's the ancient alien thing, right? Like these were landing spots.
Yeah.
Keely Chow, we are here talking about Nazca lines. We're talking about Atlantis. We're having a good time, and we're doing this again tomorrow night. Thanks to the chat for getting us over $50 in super chats. We're going to do tomorrow night's Woo Woo Friday. It's just a fucked up. Like, did somebody get out their fucking buck knife and just start drawing lines? I wish there was. There's nothing else out there on this. You don't see North and South America. Dig deeper and see why it's ancient and what else, what found with it. Yeah, I kind of do see North America up here, Jim. You know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I kind of see it in Central America, Mexico. I see that.
America,
South America.
Right. And then the
a
big island to the right. Is that what he's talking about? It's Atlantis?
Yeah.
And then you've got this is
you got
like,
Greenland and Iceland up there, and Newfoundland.
Yep. And to the left, you've got something very close. And I don't know, is that the old times when like they could like hop on over to fucking Asia, like before, we had the tectonic shifts?
I don't know.
It looks, when you look at it, I did see North and South America. And this is how it looked when they were around, Jim. That's the thing. Like you showed the map earlier tonight. Like Florida looked fucking 200 miles wider, minimum, right? Based on the water, not, flooding Florida back then. Other unreal stuff was found with it, I'm sure. And I'm not. What's this? So this is the back of the rock. So the top is North and South America. The back of the rock
is Africa and
Asia.
Yeah, here's this is it, yeah. I mean, I see it. I see it now.
How do they know this? How do these people that have to carve on a boulder know about this? Does it make any sense? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we were fucking going around and freaky. No, I like woo woo. Woo woo is
look, it's
funny.
Look at this. They have a.
It is the same rock, Ben. Ben, go back to bed. Or you just woke up. You're in Austria. You're not even drinking yet.
But here, this was found in Ecuador. It's got Hebrew writing on it, a pyramid with the sun, 2 cats. Wow.
So this is where the 3D pyramid with the eye at the top and 13 brick scores were found. Oh. Isn't this on our dollar bill?
Yeah. Oh, wow. And look, if you look on this, you can see the serpents with these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it's like serpents. So it's like showing, yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So, drink a brown and tan. That's a Bass ale, Bass and what's the other one over there, Jim? A Bass ale. What's the other popular fucking Pilsner in England? Bass ale and Jesus Christ. But a black and tan's good, Ben Togel. This is actually cool. This is something I've never seen before. Cryptic conversations or conversions. All right, let's go back to our boy with the beautiful shirts.
Ooh.
Isn't
This
that
is
a
the
great question?
This is the Perry Reese map, I believe.
Okay. Did I not present that? Was I not showing that earlier? God damn it.
Carved into the stone is the image.
But why
All
do
right. So here's a good question, Jim. Here's a good question about all of this stuff with Atlantis.
like a map of Plato's Atlantis.
maybe Mauritania merits further investigation? Maybe the coast of southern Spain? Plato's phrase, across from the pillars of Heracles, could place Atlantis, but why does it matter? Why are so many researchers investing great sums of money, and indeed their own lifetimes, looking for a place that a great many scholars would claim is pure fiction?
Isn't that a good question? If it doesn't matter and it's fake, why are so many people looking for it, Jim?
Well, because if the stories are true, it's got to be a lot of gold there. That's one of the reasons why Mauritania, the people are saying Mauritania, where that Rishat structure is because that's where the richest guy that ever existed lived, the emperor of Mauritania or whatever, and his name was Atlas or something like that.
Yeah.
The first king of Mauritania's name was Atlas.
Okay.
So that's where they kind of try that in, and their wealth was gold.
But why do modern day archaeologists give a shit? They don't get the gold. They have to fucking give it over to fucking the university that they got.
No, I think they get a chunk. They get a piece of it.
All right.
Like a national treasure, they got to keep 10% or something.
Madness says tax write-off. But really, why do they give a fuck? My wife loves her fucking Volkswagen.
On the island of Milos, researchers gathered from around the world to discuss the questions surrounding the search for Atlantis. The conference identified 24 checkpoints from the writing of Plato, criteria that would have to be fulfilled by any geographical...
Did you hear that, Jim? Okay,
what?
So listen to this. Watch this.
The conference identified 24 checkpoints from the world to discuss the questions.
Here we go.
In 2005, on the island of Milos, researchers gathered from around the world to discuss the questions surrounding the search for Atlantis. The conference identified 24 checkpoints from the writing of Plato, criteria that would have to be fulfilled by any geographical candidate claiming to be the remains of Atlantis.
So in 2005, people got together and came up with 24 points in order to even be considered to be Atlantis based on Plato's writings. That's some bullshit. How did the guy in 1864 verify, or 1868 verify it was actually Troy? Did he find a fucking plaque that said Troy? This is bullshit.
Well, they found a horse with a bunch of dead guys in it.
Did it talk like Mr. Ed? A horse is a horse.
With a bunch of dead Greeks in it.
In the 150 years since the modern search for Atlantis was kicked off by Heinrich Schliemann's discovery of Troy, no geographical candidate has been identified that comes close to ticking those 24 checkpoints.
Because they're gay.
We found buried and underwater cities and habitations in the Amazon jungle, in the North Sea, off the coast of Cuba, Malta.
The Amazon jungle, they found buried cities? I know they did with LiDAR, but did they dig them up?
No, they just found them. I mean, I think they found some that they dug up, but I don't know. I mean,
it's LiDAR stuff, right? That's what he's talking about. Yeah. I wish they would dig them up. I would like to see what the fuck is down there. I mean, it's so interesting. that's the true history, not the fucking textbook from your high school.
Malta, Japan, India. What's so important then about taking
Chat said we need to wear
Plato's
shirts like this guy does every Friday night, Jim. We need
I
to
don't think I can
find
do
shirts
it.
like, huh?
I don't think I can do it.
I don't think I could find it in America. I mean, I might in Chicago. There might be a fucking flea market with a bunch of Middle Eastern people where I could find a shirt like this. Maybe we could find it on Amazon. That'd be cool.
Buried on Amazon.
Maybe we should wear fucking tinfoil hats on Friday night.
Maybe.
My wife could make me one. She could make you one, and I'll send it to you, Jim.
Okay, cool. I would rather have one made by Alex Jones, though. That way I know it works.
I'll tell my wife you said that.
No, you don't get Alex Jones made a tinfoil hat for someone, and
I'm kidding. Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. Like, holy shit, Peter Watts, you killed my daddy yesterday. Man, I miss my dad so much.
our city out of the fiction basket and saying that it was real when we have so many other ancient cities and cultures to explore? Well, for me, the significance of finding Atlantis would be in adding weight to the other claims that Plato makes, claims that if we put them into the fiction basket, really become kind of irrelevant. But if they're real, Plato's claims are life-changing. So in Timaeus and Critias, which is the work where Atlantis makes its appearance, what kind of writing are we dealing with? What kind of information does Plato claim to be passing on to us? Well, Plato identifies three sources of information. The first one is logic applied to things we can all observe. We might call it science, Plato called it philosophy, but essentially it's logic applied to observation. It's on that basis that Plato makes the following conclusions. In today's language, we would call it the holographic universe, the conscious universe, the belief that the material universe is the expression or fractalization of the primordial field of intelligence and consciousness, that you and I existed as beings of light or spirit before we came into this life as human beings, and that our learning here is really remembering what we knew before. It's also on this basis that Plato concludes that we're here to learn how to do consciousness, love, harmony, and intelligence as a free society of individuals.
That's beautiful there, Jim. That's so fucking beautiful. I would love to go check that out one day. That's awesome.
Exercising free choice. Plato reaches all those conclusions from logic applied to things we all observe.
Oh, madness.
His second source of information was what we would call
Plato
an
liked,
altered state of
mind-altering
consciousness,
drugs. We're going to find
a
that
personal experience of another dimension through the ingestion of an ancient Greek psychedelic called kykeon.
Oh, there we go, Jim. The ancient psychedelics.
Yep.
Oh boy, it's so weird. Like all the ancient civilizations that we hear about, they all like their psychedelics. It brought them to a different plane, right? I mean, that's a thing. Like we hear about it from the Mayans, the Aztecs, all these fucking cultures like their mind altering states. Maybe they were right. And our version of humans think it's all fucking bad. I don't know if it's bad or not. I don't know. You did plenty of mind altering stuff in your youth, Jim. You're fine.
Sometimes.
Do you think you learned anything when you ever took some of those?
I don't know. I mean,
have you ever done the MDMA stuff?
Yeah.
So is that like life-changing or not? Because Joe Rogan says it's life-changing.
No, you're talking. I never did DMT. That stuff. I've never done DMT.
You've never done it,
or ayahuasca or anything like that.
Would you?
No, probably not. I don't want to see.
Would you have done it in the 90s?
Yeah, but
now you're older and you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. GHB or GBH, GHB.
Yeah.
No, it's GHB. That was real big in the 90s. It was a liquid G.
I like this trippy shit, but I'd prefer a thorough discussion on it. Yeah. The point is that we're talking, what are we talking here? Like 1600 BCE when Plato wrote, or 360 BCE when Plato wrote this shit. And they even knew the formula for mind-altering states.
Part of what was known as the Eleusinian mysteries. Out of that experience, Plato deepens his view that we each are spiritual beings going through a human experience in order to learn love and wisdom. And it's from that source.
So this I disagree with. So I'm on Earth to learn love and whatever, and so I can die, and then what happens? I got to learn love and then just fucking disappear forever? That's weird. I mean, I think there's got to be more to life than this to experience love. Dude, I don't like that. Plato, that's some gay bullshit.
He teaches that our biggest...
I'm sure there are people on Ritalin back in the fucking 360 BCE. They just called it something else.
...obstacle to enjoying this life and making that journey, learning those lessons, is fear, and fear of death in particular.
Yeah. Most people fear death. Do you fear death, Jim?
Sometimes.
It's not the fact that I fear death. It's the fact that I fear what's going to happen to the people I care about if I die. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I want my wife to be fine if I fucking die in a hotel room in goddamn Peoria, Illinois one night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's God, you guys hate this shirt. It's unbelievable. And Dan, you're in fucking Australia with those Aborigine fuckers who don't even wear shirts. They're like Eric July guys. They're all like naked, walking around in what, kilts, basically?
He teaches that our challenge is to shake off our heavier emotions that detract from a good human experience. Anger, rage, fear, frustration, hatred, resentment, unforgiveness. We have to learn how to deal with that and shake it off. And he teaches that at death, our consciousness goes on. But before returning to our original glory and oneness, we have to process that heavier stuff, the stuff that's weighed us down. He teaches.
Okay. Now he sounds like a fucking cult leader.
Yeah, now he's talking like he's obviously a Taylor Swift fan. Shake it off, shake it off.
All right, like don't make Plato a fag, dude. I mean, I don't like this. Like, what the fuck?
By spirit beings, whether by loving ancestors, those who've gone before us, or by interdimensional beings. Did you know that Plato taught this? Who are deeply involved in the learnings of the human experience. Now, from here, or the next source of information, Plato has also concluded that there are people similar to us who live on islands in the sky. They're more intelligent than us, they're longer lived than us, and with an advanced knowledge of the cosmos.
Oh, shit. That's interesting, Jim. I didn't know that about Plato until I watched this video earlier today. Did you know that Plato believed people lived in space and were smarter than us?
Oh, but
do you disagree?
I don't know.
I know.
I mean, I think like the Greeks and them, they believed the gods were living in they believed in all these gods that were living in the sky, like Apollo or Ares. Right?
Ben Togo, don't come into my chat fucking 5 hours later and talk your shit. He said they were sky islands. That guys, I mean, who else has talked about that? Like
the Indians,
the fucking Aztecs, they've all talked about these sky islands. It's crazy. Dave, Plato at one point was in the whole boy love thing the Greeks had going. I believe he changed his mind over time. Oh, well, you know what, man? Like, what do we have net today? NAMBLA? Is that what it's called, Jim? Like,
I don't know.
that boy love association, North American boy. It's gross. God damn. Like, I don't get pedos. I don't get fucking rapists. I don't get all that shit. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Atlas. Look, man, this is fun. We're not here to prove anybody wrong or right. And I just like this guy's presentation, Jim. I don't think he's being like you have to believe or not believe. He's like, this is just what he said. And I had no idea that Plato thought that people lived in space.
He also taught that powerful beings, he didn't know what they were, he just called them children of God, had intervened in the very evolution of Homo sapiens as an
That's Anunnaki shit right there, Jim. Right?
Anunnaki, yeah.
Yeah, that's what are you looking at? Is Dex texting you? What the fuck is going on?
I'm looking at the hurricane hitting Mexico.
Oh, my boss is in Mexico.
intelligent,
It looks like it's making landfall
conscious
right now.
species.
Cancun area?
Yeah, Cancun area, Yucatan Peninsula.
That's where my boss is.
He also taught that planet Earth experiences periodic extinction level events that basically take human civilization back to a virtual zero, and everything has to reset and reestablish itself.
I'm as smart as Plato because I've been thinking that since I was 12 years old. Like, because my boss has so much money, he doesn't know what to do with his money, and he goes on vacation one time a year when he could take a vacation 50 weeks a year and let us run the company. I love how I'm reading Dan or Ben and Magnus's fucking chats. And they're just ridiculing my show. Super chat me, god damn it.
And he says, these are things I can't prove, but that I have come to believe, things I have concluded. Plato's third source of information is a canon of ancient Egyptian priestly knowledge, which he claims was passed on to a real figure in Greek history called Solon.
Okay, so we know Solon was real, right? And Plato was using that information from Greek history to pass on his information. So is Solon a real person, Jim? Or are we supposed to
No, he's real. They have, information about it from other
receipts?
places.
They have
receipts.
Okay.
A political figure, a legislator. And this information, he said, had been curated by the Egyptian priesthood of antiquity, but that this information predated even that. And it's from that source that Plato tells us of Atlantis, a previous civilization, not a utopia, but an advanced military empire wiped off the face of the earth by what we can only describe as a planetary cataclysm. If Plato is proven right about that, then all his other claims, and you see how far-reaching they are suddenly given far greater weight.
I don't know if he's Australian, Madness. I don't know, but his shirt does not say Aussie to me. His shirt says African. And he might have went to school in England. He's from Egypt. You know what I'm saying, Jim? Like he went to school. And
yeah, I mean, he could be
Egyptian.
He could be Egyptian. He could be Indian. He could be Pakistani. He could be pretty much anything. He could be mixed race. He could be South African.
Toronto, fucking Canada, for all I know.
Yeah, he could be from Detroit. He could be from the West End of Birmingham.
South African. Yes, he could be South African too. Yeah.
He could be from the Empire of Mu.
He could be Isom. Exactly.
He could be Isom. Well, his hair's wrong for Isom.
We bring it back to Eric July every fucking stream.
But is there another explanation?
Oh, guys, please this is I'm going to give this channel credit. The Fifth Kind. They've got 1 million subs. I don't think they need my credit, but I'm going to give the Fifth Kind, you know, their adieu for me playing this video. If they fucking hit me, they do. If they don't, thank God, because I'll have to delete 2 hours of a fucking stream, or I won't. But sub to these guys. They seem like legitimately fair analyzers of, you know, ancient lore, and that's all we care about. I don't need a fucking know-it-all. I just need somebody who goes, yeah, maybe not. Could be here.
Is it
could be
possible
there.
that Plato's narrative of Atlantis is a fusion of fact and fiction, an interweaving of a moral lesson with details inspired by real history?
I think people get confused by the fact that Plato uses fiction in his teaching. No one reads Timaeus and Critias as if it's a word-for-word recollection of a real conversation. But if I can illustrate with one of my books,
Damn
about
right,
20
Kevin,
years
that
ago, I
shirt
wrote a
is
book called
awesome.
My Dinner with Anton, and it's a
want that shirt.
conversation between two people I made up. One is a 250-year-old monk called Anton, fictional, and a fictionalized version of myself, again, fiction. We didn't meet for dinner, and we didn't have a conversation. It's fiction. But the conversation is about a real historical person, Seraphim of Sarov, and it's full of quotes from real historical conversations. So the whole thing is written to convey an aspect of Seraphim's teaching. And it's all my own work. It's written really to convey my own thinking at the same time, what I have learned from Seraphim. So My Dinner with Anton is all fiction. It's all true. It quotes a real historical figure and real conversations. It's all Seraphim's teaching. And it's all Paul's thinking. The conversation never happened, but it relays real history. Now, of course, 20 years ago, I thought I was a genius thinking this up. But of course, there's nothing new under the sun. I'd only reinvented the wheel. Countless writers through the ages have written dialogues with layers just like that. And in his dialogues, that's exactly what Plato does. So in Timaeus and Critias, where Plato talks about Atlantis, it's all fiction. It's all written to convey Socrates' real historic teaching. So it's all Socrates. These are Plato's beliefs, so it's all Plato. He quotes a real historical figure. The conversation never happened, but it's entirely possible that it relays real history. So if it turns out that Plato's claims about history are real, if we find Atlantis, what else in his teaching might we take out of the pure fiction basket and listen to a little different? What about Plato's claims about human origins, the origins of the universe as a unified field of consciousness and intelligence and love? What do we do with that? Or his teaching that the origins of Homo sapiens included this external intervention in our evolution by another species, which was an intervention to heighten our intelligence and consciousness. Do we begin to take that more seriously? Or what about Plato's claims about people similar to us, more intelligent than us, more advanced, longer lived, with spacefaring capacities? What do we do with that? What do we do with Plato's claim?
The problem is a record-keeping capacity wasn't sustainable at the time. And also the library in Alexandria burned the fuck down, right, Jim? That's a big problem with history.
Yeah.
That was like supposedly, according to our scholars, the greatest, you know, place of documents ever founded. And again, you know, Plato's writing off of stuff that was 240 years before he was born. I mean, Jesus Christ.
About our consciousness surviving death and carrying the lessons of this life. Do we take that more seriously? Or Plato's claim that around every 5,000 years, human civilization is taken down to a virtual zero?
Yep, I believe that, Jim. That I believe. That I fucking believe.
and reset by some planetary catastrophe, which he said was triggered by the movements of space objects, planets.
Why would Plato know that like 10,000 or 8,000 years ago? It's crazy. Like, what the hell?
Asteroids. Are we ready now to do business with that? And what do we do with Plato's claims? An altered state of consciousness can actually provide information to us and can help us shake off the anxiety that so detracts from our enjoyment of life. Is that a lesson that we're finally prepared to take seriously and not feel threatened by? What about his claim that it brings us real information about other dimensions? I think we rob ourselves when we dismiss Plato as fiction. I want to know the truth of what he's saying. And personally, I don't need Atlantis to be found to find truth in what he's saying. No one would deny that Plato is the most important thinker in the history of Western thought. The British mathematician and philosopher Alfred Whitehead famously described all European philosophy as no more than a series of...
Plato and Nostradamus predicted Eric July and all the detractors on YouTube in 2022 to 2024. Yes. They were brilliant.
To Plato. That's how important he is. And in my view, we don't need to read Plato's Atlantis narrative in a fundamentalist way as word for word history to take Plato seriously. But if we were to establish the existence of Atlantis and locate its remains, what an incredible look at this that would supply to all of Plato's claims.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
That was good, right, Jim?
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, I thought I watched that today. I was like, man, this is really interesting because I'm not being preached to. I'm just saying, hey, you know what? You know, if you don't take it all serious, don't. Are you still working on your Renowned Zero relationship, Jim, or is it
trying
faded?
Well, I'm trying. He hasn't really responded to me at all lately, so I don't know if he might have muted me.
He's above you now at this point?
I think so.
Yeah, so tomorrow night's what's woo woo for you on Friday night woo woo, Jim?
I don't know.
Is it the Grays? Is it the Tall Whites? Is it what's his name that worked at Area 51? So there's plenty of woo woo out there. But you like the woo woo stuff and you don't want to call it woo woo. Like,
I don't really call it woo woo.
Like the pyramids were electric generators. I don't know if I disagree with that.
I don't know if I disagree with that either. I mean, there's something going on.
Do you agree with this expanding Earth theory that's out there?
I don't know I don't know what it means.
Well,
I've never heard of it.
I'll put it in the private for you.
Okay.
Because I pulled it up. I pulled up a video, and we'll maybe that's woo-woo stuff tomorrow, because the expanding Earth or hollow moon, you know, the fucking moon is a satellite or whatever. Maybe that's woo-woo stuff. Or we never went to the moon. That's kind of woo-woo, right? Because so many people are convinced we got there. I just don't know why we stopped. If it's actually a thing that's worth, if the Chinese think it's so worth exploring in 2024, and we went there 45 fucking years ago, or 35 years ago, no, 45 years ago, why did we stop? But now the Chinese think it's worthy. What did they see in our relics of information that makes them say, yeah, this is good? Who is Stuart Swerdlow? Peter Watts. I have no idea. Stuart Swerdlow. Have you ever heard of that guy, Jim?
No.
I'm gonna pull it up. Is he a YouTube guy? I'll look it up because I keep all these tabs open for the next day because I can't remember. Stuart Swerdlow.
Well, hold
What do you
on.
got?
I just heard a breaking news that there's a
Now I heard that.
earthquake coming. There's a siren just went off for an earthquake.
Where at?
I could show you.
I got him pulled up, Peter.
You'd have to share my screen for me to show you.
I've got him pulled up, Peter. So maybe we'll check it out. Dude, I'm 56. I have conversations on the phone all day long with customers, completely sober, and forget what the fuck we talked about. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey everyone, let's do a quick siren.
I've seen this guy before.
This is Frankie McDonald.
I don't like fucking retards.
He's autistic.
No, he's retarded. That's what old retarded people were. Autistic. I like how they've changed the conversation from retard to autistic. Where's the earthquakes at?
I don't know. He just said it's me doing an earthquake siren, so I thought we should
I
watch.
thought it was a real earthquake.
No, I guess he's a weatherman. I thought he was informing us.
Can we get a solar flare update, Jim?
Oh, sure, right here.
The chat needs a solar flare update. Of course it is, Ben. Yes. Why am I reading your chats? I told you to super chat me, goddammit.
Good morning, folks, and happy 4th of July. We don't have much in the way of fireworks from the sun, but we do have things to notice in space weather. We'll also hit the hurricane, earthquakes, last night's video, a scar on Mars, and swirls on the moon. But we're starting with the last 24 hours on our star, where solar flaring is low. Eruptive activity is minimal. Sunspots are numerous.
You
but
live a
not
pretty good
terribly
life,
complex,
Ben. You're flying
and so
all
we're
over
left
the
monitoring the plasma
European
filaments as the
continent
top
to go see
eruption breath.
concerts and
You may
fucking
also
do
recall a
fucking
minor
food
glancing
fests.
blow CME was
Don't
expected,
ask me for money,
came a
goddammit.
bit late, and is in fact impacting this morning. Minor indeed. This type of solar wind enhancement shouldn't produce any
Ben told was eating
geomagnetic
horse
activity.
meat like every
We'll
day of the week.
monitor it for development, however,
Europe.
over the coming hours.
When I told him we
The
don't eat
plasma
horse in
filaments are
America, he's like,
numerous,
what the
and
fuck?
as I
I go,
said,
that's
are
not
the
the thing,
primary
dude. We don't eat
eruption
horse.
watch. The thin ropes are facing
We don't
Earth
eat our
and
pets.
incoming from the left side there, with the largest of the sunspot groups beginning to depart. It is the only eruptive concern at this time, but we will also note the southern coronal hole. One must observe that the coronal holes have been much smaller this cycle than previous cycles. Will be interesting to see if that continues as
Coronal
we enter the
hole?
second half of sunspot maximum and the declining phase over the next 1 to 3 years.
Jim,
Folks,
have you
here's
ever
a
had
quick
horse
look at a
meat?
few satellite wavelengths of Hurricane Beryl crossing Jamaica yesterday. Nobody
Jim.
really knows what happens
Have
after
you
it
ever
hits
had
the
horse
Cayman
meat?
Islands. Will it
No.
stay westward tracking
Yeah.
or
Although-
go north towards Texas?
There was a rumor that White Castles were made from horse meat for the longest time.
Right.
So I don't know if they made White Castles out of horse meat, then yes, I had horse meat. If they didn't, then no, I didn't.
Eyes
Ben
on it
Togel
as the
says
weekend
horses
arrives.
are delicious.
Quick look at seismicity.
It's just
where
not a thing in
swarm at
America, dude.
Cascadia has definitely caught my eye.
Oh, this is what Salty was talking about earlier. This Cascadia Basin, a
Oh
swarm
yeah,
of
yeah, where they had some seismic stuff going on out there. Yeah.
These do tend to happen sometimes, but each time is a concern for preparative activity at the terribly dangerous fault system due to release a megaquake off the U.S. West Coast. Definitely have some spare focus for that today as well. For those who caught last night's video, yes, the Died Suddenly team is working with me to make a documentary on the disaster cycle. For those who hadn't heard that news or misunderstood that video, no, I am definitely not asking you to go talk about the catastrophe, but in a few days I'll be asking for your help in giving us the tools we need to tell it in the best way it has ever been told. Wrapping up here, starting with Mars, this scar is perplexing scientists as they don't know when it formed or what caused it. They suspect magmatic activity, and I really
Jim,
can't
pause it real
argue.
quick.
But do you remember when
Why
Mars
do
was
scientists on Earth give a fuck about a scar on Mars? Like, why is
Well, because it's information, you know, it's stuff. If they'd ever noticed it before, and now they just saw it, they're like, what caused
they're
it?
perplexed? They're perplexed.
Yeah. It's better than being suplexed.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say one thing, Ben, like horse meat on the menu is not a thing in America. It's just not. Like, I know you sent me some links, and I'm never going to go to that Chicago fancy diner to get horse meat.
We just use our horses to make glue.
Right. But when there's a bunch of Chinese restaurants in a city, there's not a lot of stray dogs. And that's kind of creepy. Like, that's been that way for a long time. If you've got a Chinese restaurant in your town, there's not many stray dogs.
posted
Well,
by
I watched
Geologically Dead? So much for that.
Nitrium. I watched Patton today, and no, it was the Patriot, and the Patriot got the dogs from the British commander, and they were like, "Yeah, let's cook these dogs up. It's good eating." I'm like, "Oh shit!" Chinese breeds dogs specifically for eating. Yeah, I'm sure. Like in the what's it, Wuhan? Is that where
the wet market? Yeah, Wuhan.
The Wuhan market, right in front of the fucking the fucking tight down lockdown. Oh my god. Oh shit. Dude, this is so good. They blamed it on the market. Yeah, of course they did. They blamed it on the Wuhan market. And those poor Chinese motherfuckers, like America, Australia, all these people had it bad, but China was padlocking motherfuckers from the outside to keep them in their goddamn houses. Do you remember, Jim, when COVID first happened and we saw videos on Fox News of people like fainting in the street?
Mm-hmm.
Like they were fucking fainting. Oh, and they passed out.
Do you think that was real? Or you think that was
it was 0% real, but the point is
they were trying to scare us.
Fox was doing it. Like it was not like MSNBC, CBS. It was fucking Fox. Oh my God. Yeah, there's no fucking stray dogs in Chicago, dude. There's not even any stray cats. Peter, there's no stray dogs or stray cats in Chicago.
No, the urban legend was that it was all the burrito places that got rid of the cats.
No. It's burritos or fucking Chinese places.
No stray horses either. They're all taken up by White Castles.
I don't like White Castle at all.
I mean, the
only good thing is it's open 24 hours. And if you're super drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning, you can get some White Castle. I'm not going at 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
But every once in a while, you need some White Castles. Like I haven't had them in quite a while. I need some White Castles.
When's the last time? I haven't had it in like 20 years.
Oh no, I've spent like 2-3 years.
You like it that much?
Yeah, I would eat White Castles once a month if I was living up there.
You eat a dozen sliders or what?
No, I'd probably I like to get double cheeseburgers, so I would probably eat like 4 double cheeseburgers.
Fried?
With extra pickles.
Extra pickles, mustard only, right?
No, I don't get anything on them except just the pickles and then onions. I don't get mustard or ketchup on them.
Do you get the White Castle fries to go with it?
Sometimes. You know, their onion rings are okay sometimes too, or chicken rings.
The chicken rings are so weird.
They're good though.
And last but not least, wagging my finger at these scientists who are trying to suggest that the moon's swirls are magnetically driven from magma below. The existing studies on solar wind creation are sound and lack the speculation shadowing the work of this team, most likely pieces of a great solar blast of plasma from long ago, but they'll do anything to keep those ideas out of your head, won't they? We greatly appreciate your support, and in a few days we'll be asking for it in a big way. We'll do this all again tomorrow. Right
He'll
here,
be asking
right
you
now.
for
It's
your
5:30
support in a
a.m.
great
the
way in a
new
couple of
Valley
days.
of
What's
the
he going to
Sun.
do? Like join
I think he's
Patreon?
gonna. No, I think he's gonna be raising money to make some kind of a movie or something. But yeah, this guy's got almost 800,000 subs
Do you
on
know that
YouTube.
Ethan's got a 40% sale going on right now for 24
Yeah, I'm really
hours?
upset about it.
Me too, dude. I'm fucking pissed off. Like, dude, I bought your shit. Quit putting the shit I don't even have yet on sale for 40% off.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
I don't fucking like it, man. Ethan, I like you, dude, but quit fucking. I mean, I don't even think I can cancel the order at this point, and I would because I'm fucking frustrated. Where are you at, Nitrium, that you seen horse meat for sale? I don't know where I don't know where you're at, but I've never seen horse meat available anywhere. We don't even feed it to our dogs in America. No, you didn't, Ben. You did not tell him anything. And if you did, he didn't read it. Because he's a hustler. Yeah, he is a hustler. Yeah. Look, man, I love Ethan and the fact that he's got good product, Jim. Like if I buy an Ethan product, I'm not disappointed. Like the toys are good. The books are good. But when I spend full price on something and I haven't got it yet and it's already on sale for 40% off on the website or eBay, I'm not happy. I'm just not happy. Sorry. I'm not an Ethan hater. Ethan made my channel be what it is by playing my fucking gay ass Eric videos, 5 months ago. But now we're into woo-woo bullshit tomorrow night, and we're into Thursday theories because we got to move on. Eric's boring. Eric's boring as fuck. Oh, New Zealand. Oh, okay. So you're in New Zealand, Nitrium. And horse meat probably is pretty lean, Jim. It's probably not a fatty meat, right? Like,
No, they run. They exercise. They run all the time.
Like when in America, like there's different grades of beef, right? Like 80-20, 70-30, 85-15, 93-7. It's all based on the fat percentage. And I usually go with 93-7, Jim, because of the calories versus all the other ones. But they're not great for burgers. Because a greasy burger is a good burger, right? But
yeah,
it's great for like your pasta.
You cut the fat, you cut the flavor.
Right. But if you're making some spaghetti and meat sauce or spaghetti and meatballs with 93-7, it's fine because hopefully your sauce is going to flavor your meat. You don't need the fat. But Samoans are really into it, and it's not illegal. Wow, horse meat. I just did not think it was a thing. And fucking when Ben Togel told me he sends me a picture of a fucking
during the Ice Age. They were
goddamn
frozen.
horse meat sandwich in
dry.
Austria. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, for burgers, yes. But for your meat sauce, you want really lean beef so that your sauce doesn't get greasy for the next 2 or 3 days when it's in your fridge, right, Jim?
Yep.
That's good for your body, too.
Well,
all right, Jim, you got to go.
Yep, it's 2:45. Got to go to bed.
Holy shit. My wife is closed for business. She said, if you get up here before 1 o'clock, you might have a chance. Guess what? My chance is shot because of Ben Togel and Nitrium and Peter Watts
But
keeping
just
us.
set your watch back and go. It's before 1.
But I got an Apple Watch and it's set to my fucking phone. Yeah, I like venison. Look, man, it's weird. Like, it's weird how different cultures eat different things, Jim. It just is. I would probably like horse meat. I probably would. I mean, I saw the picture that Ben sent me. It looked fucking delicious. Like his horse meat sandwich. Like, oh shit, dude! Don't be texting me this because Ben's like 7 hours ahead of us. So he'll text me or DM me at like fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. I wake up, I look at these pictures, I'm like, dude, you're eating lunch already? I haven't even had breakfast, and that shit looks delicious. Delicious. Because I'm the guy that will try anything, Jim. Are you that way?
I won't try anything, but
really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try anything. I mean,
what wouldn't you try?
Well, I don't know. I don't really. I don't know.
Do you eat seafood?
I eat seafood, but I won't eat like. I don't really eat raw seafood.
So you're not a sushi guy?
No, or sashimi or any of that.
Really?
Yeah, I won't try pegging. That's for sure.
No, I'm talking food. Will you try food? Not fucking like jumping off a cliff with a fucking.
No, like I wouldn't eat any like lutefish or anything that they have like
the
that.
blowfish stuff that might kill you.
No, the stuff that's like fermented fish that they like from Finland or whatever, Norway.
Iceland. It's Iceland.
Yeah, like lutefish or lutefish or whatever. I wouldn't eat that.
Why not?
I don't know. Just wouldn't. It smells bad.
I don't know. Dude, it's really good. Like, I lived in Iceland, and they'd come to, like, people on the base would bury fucking like their fish in their backyard for 6 months and go, yeah, it's ready to go. And like, but you'll eat smoked salmon, right, Jim?
Yeah. Yeah.
I recently stopped being allergic to shellfish. Like, my wife's allergic to saltfish. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You haven't had it since you were fucking 4 years old. You're 50 something. I love raw salmon too. But like when I lived in Alaska, my dad caught a 400-pound halibut, Jim. Like he had to shoot it 3 times with this 22 before he brought it on the boat because he was afraid it was going to fucking flop so much it put a hole in the fucking fiberglass boat. He brought it home, go in the garage, and he's out there, fucking filleting this goddamn halibut. And he gave me raw fish when I was like 6 years old or 4 years old. And it was the best shit ever. Luke fish is made with lye. All I know is that when I was in Iceland, they would bury their fish in a fucking little container for 6 months or whatever. And then you'd bring it out of the pot and they would say, there you go. It's like, it's like pickling. Dude, I love fucking seafood, man. But I love beef. I love pork. I love chicken. I don't love chicken. I hate chicken. You a chicken guy, Jim?
Chicken? Yeah, I love chicken.
Dave, for 5 Australian Jim Long says, have you tried Chinese century eggs? Duck eggs chemically cured in ammonia. Traditional recipe calls for horse pea, not meat. No. What the fuck, Jin Wong? Chinese century eggs? Can I get that in America? Have you ever heard of that, Jim?
No.
Is that... Wow. I never heard of that, Jin Wong. Holy shit. No, I've never heard of that. Fucking Ben Togo probably has it for breakfast, dinner, and lunch because he's into weird shit. But I'd probably try it. I like duck eggs. Horse. You know how my dad got rid of his ear infections, Jim, as a kid?
How?
They were chronic when my dad was growing up. The doctor told my grandma, pour pee in his ear. He never had an ear infection until the day he died, after his mom put his own pee in his ears, and it cured him, and he never got another ear infection his whole life. Crazy, right? Like, it's your body will fucking fix itself, guys. I just watched the new South Park with the whole fat, the diabetes medicine that helps Hollywood actors lose weight. They had a whole episode on it on South Park on Paramount Plus. It was fucking weird. You can see people on YouTube trying century eggs. Well, that'll be Woohoo Fridays, man. That'll be fucking funny. The Filipino eggs. Oh my God. Daniel Craig, what's your next movie coming out, dude? I know it's not Bond, but what's your next movie? Century eggs look gross as fuck. Jim, we gotta check this out tomorrow night.
Okay.
So tomorrow night, chat, we'll be back at 9 because chat says 9 Friday, and we'll be doing Woohoo Friday. And if we get another $50 in super chats, guess what? It'll be fucking shithole Saturday with conspiracy stuff. God damn it, Dave, you fucking retard. But this has been great, Jim. I know you're tired, and you have very. I get it, dude. You got concerns like I gotta get up, Dave. And you'll be, but hopefully you're like your. I don't even know what it is. Like your son's ex-girlfriend's baby mama comes up and picks up your grandson so you can take a nap tomorrow, right? That's what you're hoping for.
Maybe.
Before the stream. Well, she's not gonna show up at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, is she? Is she that rude? Would she do that to you?
Maybe, but I don't know.
At that point, you'd call your son and get your ass home. So I need to take a nap, boy. What's your grandson? I mean, he's 2, right?
He's 19 months.
Yeah, he rocks your world too, right? Like when you sing, like, that's my fucking grandson. This is awesome. It's so great. Like I got 2 grandkids. Can't get enough of either one of them. Chat, we'll be back tomorrow night. We'll do some more bullshitting. We'll have a good time. Oh, if you have not, I did not say this at all tonight. Please like and subscribe either on Rumble or YouTube. And let's just have a good time here. We're not locked into any fucking format. We're just having a good time. And Jim, I appreciate you being here, buddy.
No problem.